Good afternoon and welcome to the third and final day of the European Team Championships, coming to you from the Zawisa Stadium, the Zdzisława Kosowska Stadium here in Bydgoszcz. Well, it's a bright and sunny day, and we have 12 teams in contention for every single position. The top slot, well, they'll be crowned European Team Champions for 2019. This is the 8th edition of one of the jewels in European athletics crown. And this year there will be 5 teams relegated, and it's a mighty battle down at the foot of the table this year. My name's Phil Minchell, and alongside me, as always, my co-commentator, Michelle Sammet. Good afternoon to you, Michelle. Well, it is a bright and sunny day.
Hi, Phil. It is, as you can see there, hardly any wind. Yesterday we saw a few athletes, especially in the horizontal jumps, struggle a little with the changing winds. But today it seems to have died down a little. It's pretty hot out, but we have seen some clouds come up because this morning there wasn't a cloud in the sky.
Well, as you left us yesterday evening, we had France on top of the standings, but there's been some news on that score.
There has been indeed. There's actually been 2 twists after the competition concluded last night. France were at the top, very closely ahead of Poland with 192.5 points to 191 points. But the French 4x100 meter relay in the men's were disqualified. And there you can see now the updated standings, and Poland is finding themselves at the top with 193 points. France missing out those 12 points from the relay. And also Germany moved down to 5th because their 5,000 meter runner Amanal Petros was disqualified for a lane infringement, and instead of 10 points only got 0. And there we can see, here is the lane infringement from the relay runner. So Fal, they're leading off the French relay and passing on the baton to Jimmy Vico. It wasn't actually an exchange error as such, it was the fact that he stepped outside of the line. Here we have the timetable.
Yes, we have 18 events to be concluded today. We've had 22 already resolved, and it's an action-packed afternoon, 4 hours ahead of us, and we start very shortly with the men's pole vault and quickly move on to the women's high jump and the men's triple jump. So 3 field events to get things going, and then the traditional finale, the men's and women's 4x400 meters. And you'll see later on in the afternoon, well, of course, the relays are run in 2 heats, so we split the teams according to seedings from the season. But at the moment, well, we're just about to get underway with the men's pole vault, one of your events, Michelle.
It is indeed, and we can see there, it's showing up in the bottom corner now. Yesterday we saw a pretty interesting women's pole vault that was won by Katerina Stefanidi of Greece. She cleared 4 meters and 70. But of course, the rules in this event are slightly different, and I will explain it shortly. Here we have the start list, and certainly the ones to watch here will be Piotr Lizek for the host nation, has cleared 6 meters twice this year already. And of course, Renaud Laverny has won this event 5 times, and there we have, jumping in straight in the lineup, Piotr Lizek, the man from Poland. I'll go through the list. Konstantinos Philippidis, we just saw there, former world indoor champion of Greece. For Spain, we have Adrian Ballis, twice an European under-23 medalist. Kyrylo Kiru for Ukraine we saw, and there we have Claudio Michel Stecchi. Now that's another accomplished athlete, more experienced end of the spectrum. Jan Kudlicka for the Czech Republic, and Torben Blech there, the German, a former decathlete, coming in here for the German team. And here is Renaud Laverny. 5 times he's won this competition for the French. And Charlie Myers for Great Britain and Northern Ireland, 22 years young. Melker Sved Jakobsen for Sweden, and completing the lineup, Thomas Wexton for Finland. The man we didn't see was right at the start when we came in was Dominic Alberto for Switzerland, and those are the 12 athletes that are contesting in this pole vault final.
Well, just to mention, a decade ago, it was Renaud Laverny who came to prominence at the very first edition of this event when we were in the Portuguese city of Leiria. And he had some good credentials and then cleared a championship record of 6:01, and that's a mark that's still on the books a decade later. And that really set the scene for his dominance and prominence in the world of pole vaulting since then.
There we can see him, and him and the likes of Piotr Lizek, they travel the circuit. They not just have the things like Diamond League events, but there is quite an established pole vault circus in itself and a lot of street meets, and these guys are regularly competing against each other. And you mentioned the championship record of 6:01 from Renault, and chances are that Lisa could challenge that. He's gone over 6:01 in Lausanne, he's gone over 6:02 in Monaco, and in front of a home crowd with conditions like this, I'd be quite intrigued to see what he can do. But we're starting off a little lower than that. Every point matters with Dominic Alberto, the reigning Swiss pole vault champion. Goes clear at his opening height. The Swiss finding themselves very much at the bottom of the team rankings, and he clears this 5:01, so a metre under the championship record.
Yes, you mentioned the team standings there, and we've looked at the top 3 or 4 teams, and of course Poland at the moment leading the way, which would be a great feat for the host nation. At the bottom at the moment, it's a mighty battle. Switzerland 106, Finland 103.5, and Sweden 102.5. They're the bottom 3 teams. They're looking as though they're getting a bit detached, but that fight for the other places between Czech Republic, Ukraine and Greece is very much on.
And as we have the Ukrainian athlete here, it's worth mentioning that the battle for the 7th spot, so the guaranteed spot to remain in the Super League, is very tight between Ukraine and the Czech Republic, as they are on even points, both on 129 points. The Czech currently leading because they have one individual win from yesterday, the women's 400-meter hurdles. Ukraine so far no individual win, and if they do indeed tie on points, so if any team ties on points, we will go down based on top placings. Here we can see the Ukrainian fails his opening height of 5:01. There we can see the next athletes are about to line up, and yesterday the men's long jump was proving pretty entertaining. The women's triple jump was also quite the show, so here we have the next lineup ready.
Interesting aerial shot of the men's triple jump there as they're all getting ready. They've been out there for about 15-20 minutes just doing their practice jumps and getting their marks down here. Bydgoszcz, of course, hosts a European Athletics permit meeting during the summer, the Bydgoszcz Athletics Classic. Just waiting for the presentation. Just looking at Jesper Hellström of Sweden, twice the Swedish indoor champion. Well, we had good crowds here yesterday, 5,000–6,000 by my estimate. This is the Finnish record holder, Simo Lipsanen. Carlos Kawasi, this year's Swiss indoor champion, 19-year-old Swiss athlete. Adrian Swiderski, well, they're missing their number 1, Karel Hoffmann here, but Swiderski, very adequate replacement. Last year's Berlin 2018 silver medalist, Dimitrios Siamas for Greece. Sergio Solanas, well, he's come in as a late replacement for the Spanish record holder Pablo Torrijas. Alexander Malosevic. Well, the veteran Fabrizio Schimbri actually won this competition back in 2011. Ondřej Vodak, current Czech champion, he's representing Czech Republic. Felix Wenzel, last year's German champion, coming in. We've had quite a few replacements in this particular event. Benjamin Campore. On season and personal best, Campore the best man in this field. Bringing up the lineup, the former world under-18 champion, Ben Williams. The Briton now 27 years of age. So Hellström wanders back down his run-up. Hasn't been competing so often, had a couple of domestic meetings, Hellström. He's actually unbeaten this year, but that's all been on the Swedish stage. Has improved this year, the 24-year-old, to 16:30. Probably going to need to do a bit better than that if he's to get into the top 4, because, as we've been explaining during the course of the previous 2 days, the horizontal jumps and the throws have special rules for this championships, and that's everyone gets 3 attempts. That's fairly conventional. And then the top 4, the order gets resorted, and then they have a spotlight round when the top 4 contest the leading positions. Then everything comes to a halt in the stadium. Well, red flag for Hellström. Funnily enough, we had a red flag yesterday to start proceedings. I think there must be a bit of a jinx. People start getting it right quickly, but the very first competitor has been actually fouling, I think, all 3 days.
But it's interesting, and we want to keep an eye on the wind readings here, because as I said, I think it's died down, but I can now keep an eye on the flags we can see in the background, and they have picked up a little. As you could see there was 1.6 tailwind, and we saw a lot of fluctuating winds yesterday, and that of course has a big impact on the run-up for these jumpers, where centimetres matter on the board.
This is Simo Lipsanen. He was 3rd in the European Team Championships 4 years ago when we were in Cheboksary. Set a Finnish record of 17:14 2 years ago. Made the final of last year's European Championships as well. Well, tidy jump to start proceedings there, and gets the white flag. We're looking across to the triple jump pit to check what colour flag the judges are raising. Sometimes we're not always seeing that on the broadcast, but we'll keep you bang up to date with everything that's happening. Not perhaps the quickest jumper down the run-up. Executes his 3 phases in a quite efficient fashion. And 16.76. Well, that's a good start for Lipsanen. It's just 8 centimetres short of his personal best. I should say season's best.
And we have the next field event getting ready to start as well. And similar to yesterday, we have 3 taking place at the same time. On the far end, one on the home straight. And here we have the women's high jump lineup now starting for the home nation. Kamila Bydgoszcz, the defending European team champion for Poland. For Greece, we have Tatiana Gusin, 5 times a Greek champion. And for Spain, Saleta Fernandez. This woman you would have probably seen quite frequently. Yulia Levchenko won silver in London at the World Championships 2 years ago. And another familiar face, Alessia Trost for Italy, has won a world indoor medal. For the Czech Republic, oh, that's not that's I was going to say, Im Konen is very tall, and that was not Im Konen. So we just had a little twist there. That was Barbara Sajdokova for the Czech Republic, then Im Konen, Solène Giquel for France, and Emma Nuttall there for Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Erika Kinsey for Sweden, and she will later also contest in the long jump, so a busy day for the Swede. And there we have the Swiss athlete Salome Lang in between Ella Junila for Finland as well. So that is the lineup in this women's high jump, and as we said, different rules apply in this event, and in the vertical jumps, only 3 fouls per athlete are permitted. So everyone has 3 attempts at each height, but once you have reached 4 fouls, you are out. Yesterday in the men's high jump, Spain took top points thanks to a 2:26 clearance, and here we have another Spanish athlete starting things off.
And of course, who should we bump into the other night but Ruth Bates here, who's here with the Spanish team as team leader. Just having a quick chat with Ruth, and I'm sure we'll see her in the sidelines somewhere mentoring Fernandez.
I was just about to say, I can't imagine her passing up on the opportunity. Oh, I can see her walking down the stairs right now. There we have the Czech athlete, Barbara Sajdokova, 17 years young. I think she must be one of the youngest here in this entire competition, but clears her opening height of 170 easily. has already gone over 186. There we have the Briton, Emma Nuttall, twice the Scottish champion. So things going pretty swiftly here in this competition.
Yes, we're looking at Sedakova, and she's the Czech champion this year, because Michaela Gruber, who we've seen and who picked up many medals at under 18, under 20 level, is injured at the moment, so she's out of form. So the mantle passes to an even younger high jumper for the Czechs.
There we can see Rubetia in the back there, giving advice to athletes.
So from one Spaniard to another. This is Sergio Solanos. Possibly just a fraction over 16 meters. Yes. Solanos, well, has a best of 16.68, which he did indoors this year. Spaniard's one of those federations, just out of interest, which actually, if it's an eligible event like the triple jump, actually combine the indoor and outdoor marks, just as the world record by Renaud Lavigny is 6.16 but was set indoors. Not every federation does that. So 15.89, about a metre down on his personal best for Solanos, but 2 more jumps to come.
A gust of wind just caught us out. So it might be a little windier than I initially had promised.
Michelle's going to be our wind monitor for the day.
Just hold my notes up and as they fly over the media tribune.
Anyway, this is Alexander Maloselov, better known as a long jumper. He did finish 8th in the last European Team Championships. Rather struggled there during the step phase. All a bit untidy. And was measured though at 15.06. So 38 years old, Fabrizio Schembri. Four times Italian champion. Good, well, solid start, one would say, for Schembri. Just over 16 meters. Favourite for this competition is probably Campore, who comes up in a few attempts' time. So 15.94 with a 2.1 following wind. He'll be looking to improve. Andrej Vodak, current Czech champion at this event. He's 21 years of age. He finished 9th at the recent European Under-23 Championships a month ago. It's a bit disappointing there, looking really at a, if not a medal, at a top 5 position. That has improved to 16.21 this year. Really seemed to get much lift off the board. I think he jumped quite a way behind it. Yes.
Oh, God.
Quite a few centimetres to the wood. I think that'll be reflected in his distance. I think it's barely 15 metres. Yes. 15.18 for Vodak. Now, Felix Wenzel, substituting for former European champion Max Hess. Wenzel finished second at the German Championships recently. Did win the German title last year. He's I think maybe even his first international appearance. Can't find any other international trips for Felix Wenzel. Germany at the moment lying down in 5th place, but as always fielding a strong, very competitive team. So a good start for Wenzel. 16.23, gets good points on the board at the moment.
But we can see the wind has quite picked up a little with 2.2. There is the man that you mentioned we have to keep an eye on, the Frenchman, Benjamin Compaoré.
So Compaoré, former European champion outdoors. Very quick, you can see the noticeable distance, but that's a red flag without a doubt. But good distance, it's a little way over the board. Just needs a bit of adjustment there. But you can see the difference and the speed on the run-up between the Frenchman and some of his other rivals.
And we are in the men's pole vault. Konstantinos Philippidis for Greece. As I said, a former world indoor champion goes clear there. The Greek, of course, some pretty accomplished pole vaulters in their time. As I said, took the women's title yesterday. Won the Greek title just a few weeks ago as well.
Of course, Philippidis getting the nod over Emmanuel Karalis, the very talented young Greek who's won European and world titles at the junior age group. So, as we look at Ben Williams, all going horribly wrong, but no major damage.
Over in the women's high jump, Kamila Lechvinko. .180 first time clearance for the pole, and her opening height has a personal best of 2:02. And certainly has proven herself on the international scene on numerous occasions. It's also the Polish outright record holder. $1.80 here for Tatiana Gusin, the reigning Greek champion. Jumped 188 this year, so goes over 180 in this attempt. Some good height there. There we have the 22-year-old Spaniard Saleta Fernandez, who's at the recent European Under-23 Championships, but here struggles a bit at her first attempt at 180. I'm sure coach Ruth Beitia will have some advice for her there. Yulia Levchenko, I still forget how young she is, just 21 years of age. I feel she's been around for absolute ages.
In 2017, she got the European Athletics Rising Star of the Year honour. Makes that look a little bit like a training jump.
Struggled a bit, I think, with injuries indoors, and then didn't enter. Took a bit of time out. I mean, got the silver medal at the European Indoor Championships, but then didn't do any high jump until the Stockholm Diamond League.
Ella Janilla, as we switch back then from one fin to another. Our Polish TV production partner seems to like going from the same nationality. This is Simo Lipanen. Red flag for Lipsonen. Yeah, just talking about Yulia Levchenko, though, I was in Yevla at the European Under-23s, and she's still eligible, and she defended her European Under-23 title, but she very much looked back to her best, and I just had the chance just to chat with her very briefly about the injuries. Her English is very good, and she was actually saying that she's now feeling as though she was back to full fitness, and everything's, of course, like so many athletes, focused on Doha. But very pleased as well, because that was a very high quality competition at the European Under-23. It's one of the standout events there in Yevla.
Yes, I do recall watching that.
So here we have the young Swiss triple jumper, Carlos Kouassi, 19 years of age, the youngest man in this particular competition, just half the age of Fabrizio Schembri for Italy. Fourth at the European Under-18 Championships back in 2018. Hasn't yet got over 16 metres in his career, and that was just a little bit over 14 metres. So Adrian Swiderski, the Pole, 8 times the Polish indoor champion. Only ever won one Polish outdoor title back in 2010. Now 32 years of age. Well, crowd are happy. Big roars for Swiderski. Around the 16-metre mark. Valid jump in. 16.27, so that moves him up to second place at this stage in the competition. Still got another 8 men to jump though in this second round, including this man, Dimitris Siamis. No less than 23 times the Greek champion, 13 indoors and 10 out. Quite a staggering record. It was quite lively indeed, around the 16-metre mark again. Just over. It's a rather patchy international record. Been to many, many major championships, but quite a lot of them he hasn't made the final, but did break that duck with silver medal in Berlin. So 16-12 for the Greek.
And look who he's coached by. It is indeed.
I thought you were going to tell me his name. Okay.
I will tell you in 1 second. I have it up.
Yes, it's the coach of yesterday's winners, Paraskevi, Paparizou and Militadis Tentoglu. So obviously, man coaching an awful lot of the top Greeks. So Sergio Solanos looking to improve on that 15.89 from the first round.
Georgi Pomaski is his name. Just finally, thanks to the internet.
Solanos. Did actually compete in the last European Team Championships, although he's very much the Spanish number 2. Finished 5th 2 years ago in Lille. Jump. Went through the hop and the step phases okay, but then the jump never really gets into the air properly. So quite a lot of the triple jumpers having a few technical problems. And the wind has apparently died down, but he does get it measured at 15.82. I feel that there's an awful lot more there for Solanos if he gets it right.
Certainly. Yeah, we're back in the pole vault now. Just some run-ups there for the Polish record holder, Piotr Lizek. I think they're just measuring out some of the bar changes.
So we're getting a lot of attention on the Polish athletes, as we might expect. This is Alexander Malosogov, Once again, not really getting into the air terribly well on the jump phase. It's good at this stage, although he's got plenty of space on the board. And then comes down rather adrift of 16 meters.
There's been quite a few guys that really struggle with the step phase. There's been the initial jump looks good, and then they all kind of
crumple, I think is the word. Well, it's a tough event. I mean, I've done it myself, and I certainly wasn't even getting anywhere near some of the worst jumpers here. So.
But that's why it's quite interesting with the likes of the Greek athlete, Ziamis, as you said, 23 times Greek champion in an event that takes quite a toll on the body is quite impressive.
Even older, Fabrizio Chambry at 38. He seems to have been around ages. Chambry also took the Italian long jump title back in 2012. Again, shy of 15 meters. You can see the disappointment on his face. Made the final as well of the World Championships back in 2013, but
seems to have a bit of a forward lean during his first two phases.
No improvement for Chambry, and his best still remains his first round effort of 15.93.
Now we're back to Piotr Lisek, the pole in the pole vault. You can see his capabilities there as he has say a good 50 centimeters over the bar there, clears his opening height at 5.46. As you can see there, his personal best 6.02. One of an accomplished club of athletes that have cleared the 6 meter mark, and he's done it twice this year.
You don't often see Lisek coming in as low as 5.46. He's normally around 5.65, isn't he?
But that's why these championships matter, because every point counts, and that's why it is important to get a good mark on the board and then leave out some heights, as has done Katerina Stefanidi yesterday as well. And here her compatriot Filipide is also very clear over the bar at 5.46. He set his personal best of 5.91 back in 2015. Hasn't gone quite that high this year. Jumped at a lot of the specialist pole vault meetings, the likes of Rota, Joachim, and Innsbruck. Here we have the Spaniard, Adrian Valles. And you can see he's already got 3 failures, one more and he is out. So the pressure is on the twice under 23 European bronze medalist. And he goes clear, so he stays in the competition. And there was something interesting there, as we saw Lisek looking at the at his coach's phone, and that's something that we're often seeing these days in the technical events, is athletes really reviewing their jumps. And that's, of course, something that in the past, let's look back 10, 15, 20 years ago, athletes didn't have the opportunity to do. So it's a completely different approach to those that have come before them.
Yes, it's as we're looking at Valles' successful clearance there, you're absolutely right. You see very frequently coaches with tablets in particular, sometimes phones, but tablets, looking at their athletes. But this is Benjamin Campoire on the runner. Well, good on the board. Better, much better than his first jump. Looks as though he's just hobbling very slightly. That looks as though it's about 16.50, 16.60 maybe. Nice technical jump. Campoire at the moment. Lipsonen of Finland leading the way with 16.76. Well, 16.22, so he's in 4th place at the moment. Competition that's not really igniting at this stage as we come to the last man in the second round. Ben Williams, he had that rather aborted effort, but was still measured at 14.69 in the first round. As jumped 16.53 this year. Missed last year with a knee injury. Has been injury prone since he won the World Under-18 title. This is an event, as we were saying, that can take its toll on the joints, on the knees and ankles. Much better jump from Williams, much better jump. He likes it. That's how to do it. Spot on the board and puts together the three phases quite nicely. Good height as well on all three phases. And it's 16.37, so he moves up into second place after 2 rounds. One more round to come.
Straight onto the track we go.
Yes, it's the men's 110 metres hurdles, where we saw some very exciting heats on Friday evening. We'll be looking at the men in lanes 6 and 7, Orlando Ortega and Pascal Martinot-Lagarde, who were very impressive heat winners, clocking exactly the same time, 13.39 on Friday evening.
Yesterday we saw quite a bit of headwind in the sprint, so it'll be interesting to see the times here.
Yes, the times were quite modest in the 100 metres, but nevertheless the runners were putting everything into it, and certainly all credit to the 2 French winners, Carol Zahi and Jimmy Vicou yesterday. We just saw the Finnish champion Elmo Lacca. This is Hassan Fofana of Italy, current Italian champion. European under-23 bronze medalist from Great Britain, Cameron Fillery. Greek record holder at 13.33, Konstantinos Douvalidis. Alongside him, man who's run 13.05 this year, just 100th outside his Spanish record, Orlando Ortega. European champion from Berlin last summer, the Frenchman, Pascal Martinot-Lagarde. Man who's been #1 Polish hurdler for many years, Damian Chikier, 4th at the last 2 European Championships. And on the outside, the German champion, Gregor Traber. Had a rather poor run in his heat, to want to sort out the technicalities. He was crashing into hurdles. There was splinters all over the place in Traber's lane on Friday night. Now, as we pan across the 8 men in this final, keep an eye on lanes 6 and 7, Ortega of Spain, Martinot-Lagarde of France. But the full lineup as they settle into their blocks, it's Lacca of Finland, Fofana Italy, Fillery Great Britain, Douvalidis Greece, Ortega of Spain, Martinot-Lagarde of France, Chikier of Poland and Traber of Germany. Well, a very even start. Ortega just slightly away quicker. Fofana also running well at this stage. Now Martinot-Lagarde really starting to close down on Ortega. Ortega pulling away though. Second gear for Ortega. And it's Spain 1, France 2. And Traber coming through very well on the outside for 3rd place. Well, he was pressed during the middle stages of the race by Martinot-Lagarde, but he had the wherewithal to come away over the final 2 barriers. 13.38 into a 1.8 meters per second win. Well, a good 12 points for Spain, which will help them enormously.
There we can see Ortega getting out the blocks really well, as does Martinot-Lagarde. And as you said, the Italian also looking good on the inside, but Traber on the outside, the German managing to put together a much better race than he did in the heat, so he'll be pleased to get 10 points for Germany. But there we can see Ortega now making that move, pulling away from the European champion Martinot-Lagarde, and really running a very neat race, not really hitting any of the barriers.
was pressed during the middle stages of the race by Martineau Lagarde, who didn't have the best of starts. Both the two men hurdling very cleanly. And Ortega rounding into good form. Hasn't broken 13 seconds this year. Did that a couple of times when he was running as a Cuban before switching allegiance to Spain back just ahead of the Rio Olympics.
He's a very consistent performer. As you said, might not have gone sub 13 this year, but is running very consistently in the races that he has lined up this year.
Well, we've got a big meeting in the Spanish capital coming up on the 25th of August, the Madrid European Athletics Permit meeting, and it's a little bit at altitude, so that would be a good stage for him to crack the Spanish record. But here, settling for a time of 13:38, Orlando Ortega taking 12 points. Pascal Martineau Lagarde second and Gregor Traber third for France and Germany respectively. And there's the full lineup, or full set of results. So, we've had one event concluded on this, the third and final day. Poland consolidating their lead. They're now 19.5 points ahead of France, with Italy still doing well in third place, 178 points, 8 points ahead of Germany in fourth place at the moment.
Back in the women's high jump now. French athlete Solène Giquel with a failure there at 185, and again, as you can see, she cleared 180 in her second attempt, which means she now has one failure left or she is out. Salome Lang, the Swiss athlete, attempting 185 now. She goes clear. He's very pleased with that. Only has one failure so far. And very quickly earlier, I did wonder where the Finnish athlete Ella Unilainen was. And actually, she is a DNS, so didn't line up, which means there is no points in the women's high jump for Finland. Final attempt here for the Spaniard Saleta Fernandez as she bows out with a 180 clearance to her name. We'll get back to that competition shortly, but we're back on the track now. The blocks have been moved forward a little, the hurdles moved down, and the women are preparing to line up in this women's 100-meter hurdles final. And there is some accomplished names in there. Main one to look out for: Cindy Rohleder, who won bronze last year in Berlin at the European Championships, won a World Championship medal back in 2015, and running really well this year so far. In lane 4 for Finland, Anne-Marie Korte just broke the Finnish record a few weeks ago, went down from 13:14 to 12:72 this year alone, and very promising junior athlete. Way back, suffered a lot of injuries. She's got quite some scars from various surgeries she's been through, and finally committed to training full-time, moved to Spain, and as we can see, the results are coming in for the Finn. Italian Luminosa Bogliolo, new World Student Games champion, has also been running really well in the heats here, and it could be quite a tight race indeed. Again, the heats for these were run on Friday night, with points for the remaining athletes that aren't in this final awarded based on their performances. Cindy Ofili here, we can see the Briton finished 4th in Rio at the Olympic Games. Suffered a ruptured Achilles tendon last year in May, and has been battling to get back to form since, and is finally sharpening up. They've still got the British Championships to go. And there we can see Korte, quite a small figure compared to the tall Ukrainian Hanna Plotitsina next to her. But we'll give you the full lineup very shortly for this women's 100-meter hurdles final. There we have Rohleder, German champion. Women's hurdles, of course, significantly lower than the men's. It's a completely different race. Let's look at the lineup here. Caridad Jerez for Spain. In lane 3, Hanna Plotitsina, as we said, the tall Ukrainian, 9 times the Ukrainian indoor champion. And here we've talked about her quite a bit. Anne-Marie Korte, the new Finnish record holder, in lane 4. Lane 5, Luminosa Bogliolo, the World Student Games champion. And in lane 6, the multiple European medalist Cindy Rohleder. In lane 7, Karolina Koleszek for Poland. Finished 6th in the final in Berlin last year. And had a pretty good race in the heats. Cindy O'Feely, the Brit, back from injury. And on the outside lane, Elizabeth Pesiridou, 12 times the Greek champion. So a very experienced field overall. If we look at the athletes, the youngest one, 24 in the field, the Italian. But a very good lineup indeed.
On your mark.
From the inside out, Jerez for Spain, Plotitsina, Ukraine, Korte, Finland, Bogliolo, Italy, Rohleder, Germany, Koleszek, Poland, O'Feely, Great Britain, and Pesiridou, Greece.
Set.
And they're off. The Italian Bogliolo's got a very good start indeed, pulling away slowly. Rohleder now always with a good finish, and also the pole on the outside coming through very strongly, and a blanket finish. I wouldn't dare call that one. I don't know whether the Italian Bogliolo managed to hold on there or whether Koleszek managed to sneak through there. And I think it's going to the Italian Bogliolo, if I can read the board correctly from here. 12:87, the confirmed winning time, but a very close finish indeed. Luminosa Bogliolo there, confirmed. And as we can see, they're back into a headwind, 1.2 meters per second. She'll be very pleased with that indeed. As I said, the youngest one in the field set her personal best of 12:78 this year, so very close to her personal best.
Well, looking at the replay, we can see what a thrilling race that was, particularly in the closing stages. Blanket start as well. Perhaps the fastest woman, the Briton. O'Feely away very quickly. O'Feely starts to tire during the latter part of the race, but coming through very strongly is Koleszek on the outside. Bogliolo, well, she led for much of the race, just hangs on. And it's usually a cliche to say they're won by the thickness of a vest, but on this occasion, it's almost true. I can see that just looking, we'll give you the full results shortly, but looking across to the big screen at the far end of this Zavisa Stadium, just 1/100th of a second between the top 3. And they reckon the thickness of a vest is worth usually about 0.002 of a second. I've seen that debate on social media in the past.
I'm glad we've established that, but we can see there Rohleder, who gets given second there with the same time as the Italian. Never has the best of starts, but then comes through very strongly. And then the pole, Karolina Koleszek, as you mentioned, just 1/100th of a second behind the Italian and the German. Here are the final results, and Bogliolo there, as you can see, gets maximum points for Italy's. Rohleder with a season's best, Koleszek in 3rd, and then O'Feely in 4th for Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Korte there with 13:20, and we move down. There we can also see the results from Friday night. team standings after 24 events. You can see things are still moving. At the top, it's still Poland leading the way, France in second, Italy still in third, Germany have now manifested themselves in fourth. But Great Britain and Northern Ireland, through Cindy O'Feely there, move up. And of course, I think in the men's triple jump, they're also still in a good position.
Yes, well, this is Felix Wenzel going through the motions. Wenzel, well, had a best of 16.23 in the first round. There you can see, though, it was red flagged. So Wenzel's going to miss out on getting into the top four by a small margin. He's going to stay in 6th place for the moment. Might get pushed place or so further down. So that's going to affect Germany's ambitions. Remember, Germany are the defending champions. They've won on several occasions in the past, including the inaugural event back in 2009. At the moment, they're struggling to make it into the top 3.
Well, we've had some last-minute withdrawals, especially in this event, as you mentioned. Max Hess would have been one of the top performers in this event.
So we're looking at Benjamin Campoire, former world under-20 champion. Amongst his many accolades, very quick down the run-up. And that is a very good jump. Bang on the board and puts all the phases together. And he does need to improve. He had a foul with his first attempt, 16.22. He's certainly the favourite on current form. Jumped to season's best of 16.94 recently at the French Championships, although he only finished second there behind Pontville. So 16.67, and that moves him up into 2nd place. And that'll be good enough to see him through to the spotlight round. Well, Ben Williams, the last man to jump, and he's confirmed to have one more jump. Williams, 3rd place with that 16.37. Just seen him pushed back a place. So Williams wanting the backing of the crowd. He was saying he missed all of last year through injury. 16.53 this year. Rather stutters before the board, but not a bad jump, not a bad jump. And he gets the white flag, and once again, gestures to the crowd. I remember watching him a decade ago in Bressanone when he won that World Under-18 title. 17.14, it is a good jump. That is a big personal best for the Briton. That really lays down the gauntlet. What a magnificent jump. I don't think he realised how far it was until he saw it on the scoreboard. Getting the congratulations of his teammates as well. Well, that's given everybody pause for thought. That'll certainly move him up the British all-time list as well.
And there we are in the women's high jump with Salome Lang. 2nd failure at 1.90 meters, which means, again, one more attempt to go for the Swiss athlete. Clips it there with the back of her legs. And we can see there Erika Kinsey walking through. So far, no failure for the Swede. We're back on here with the Greek athlete Tatjana Gusin. Her final attempt at 1.90 meters. Would be a season's best for her. But it's not to be. So 1.85 for her. Currently in 5th.
Just counting up, 4 women over this height so far.
And there is Alessia Trost, the Italian, with her final attempt. It's coached by no one other than Gianmarco Tamberi's father. We're not seeing that jump.
And we're not seeing that jump, really. Oh, well. We're slightly at the behest of our local producers here in Poland.
Maybe they listen to us here, and here we are with Alessia Trost, and her final attempt at 190 goes clear. Definitely within her capabilities, so I'm sure she will be relieved to see that she managed to go clear there. Again, each athlete only has an allowance of 4 fouls in total. And here is Salome Lang with her final attempt at the height. Only has a personal best of 191, so very close to her personal best here. Conditions, I'd say, pretty good for the high jumpers. It's nice and warm. It's not too windy. Not to be just lacking the height there. The Swiss athlete is currently in 7th. As we go to the final round in the triple jump.
Yes, it's Benjamin Campore. Well, he's just seen that fantastic effort by Ben Williams that's taken the Briton out to 17.14. Well, Campore hasn't jumped that far this year, but it has a best of 17.48. No, that's foul. So Campore, no change to his position. We didn't see Hellström. Hellström just aborted his jump, but his final round, 16.53, did get him up into 4th place. And Campore, 16.67, windy 16.67, so he adds 10 points to the French tally in their duel with the Poles. Polish representative Swiderski did finish down in 5th place, so France gained 2 points on Poland in the team battle. This is Sibo Lipsanen. 16.76 in the first round, very close to his season's best. 6 centimetres shy of his recent season's best. Has jumped over 17 metres, and he had a good year in 2017. Here he finished 2nd in the European Under-23 Championships. Well, no, that's a foul as well. You can see he was foot over the board, so no improvement for Lipsanen. But good performance from the Finns, who are struggling a little bit at the foot of the table. But the stage is set now for Ben Williams. Big personal best, going over 17 metres for the first time for the Briton. He's clinched 12 points for Great Britain, Northern Ireland. Getting the crowd behind him. He really does love the attention, does Williams. Very quick on the board, but a red flag. But nevertheless, a very, very memorable competition. 1 jump's all it takes. And Williams flew out to 17 metres and 14 centimetres to take all 12 points for Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Getting a personal best in this sort of competition. There you can see with the head-on shot, it was, well, he wasn't far into the plasticine, but it wasn't difficult to spot that it was a red flag and a foul. Nevertheless, Williams, an afternoon to remember for the 27-year-old Briton.
Over in the pole vault, we're still going strong. We're at 5.56, and it's Konstantinos Philippidis for Greece. Very good height for the Greek athlete. They've been going for nearly an hour now. Entered fairly early on. There you can see all first-time clearances and plenty more to come. Rises up very nicely. Good hip height over the bar. And if you're wondering why there's a bit of crowd noise, it's because the men's 800 are coming up shortly and Adam Schotz just stormed down the home straight, so that's up very shortly. But we'll stick with the pole vault for a little longer there. Jan Kudlicka for the Czech Republic with his second attempt of the day. Also goes clear at 5:56. Renaud Lavallée hasn't entered the competition yet. Neither has the Swede, Melker Svärd Jakobsen, which I find quite interesting. The Swiss, unfortunately, didn't get a mark on the board in this pole vault.
Ben Williams just getting the attention of some of the journalists working on social media. There's the results. Williams, well, you saw it, superb jump, 17-14, 12 points for Great Britain, Northern Ireland. Finland and France through Lipsanen and Campore take second and third place, and a personal best as well, so good result there for Sweden with Hellström bounding out to a new personal best of 16:53.
This is possibly a good time, quickly, to look at the team standings. Poland still in the lead with 220 points. France in second, and at the bottom Switzerland have now moved down. Sweden have gone up, probably thanks to that personal best there in that triple jump.
So really brewing up to a fantastic finale here in Bydgoszcz. Just 13.5 points at the moment between Poland and France. Certainly not an insurmountable gap.
But as we saw there, our colleague working on social media, it's time to briefly mention our social media challenge, European Athletics on Instagram and Euro Athletics on Twitter. And there you can get all sorts of behind-the-scenes coverage from these championships and see what athletes are saying down in the mixed zone and elsewhere.
One thing we should also mention, Ben Williams has secured his place in the Team Europe team going to the match next month in Minsk, the inaugural outdoor duel between Europe and the USA. So who's going to secure their place in the 800 metres? We've got all 12 nations shoehorned into 8 lanes. The men to look out for, well, 2018 European outdoor silver, Andreas Kramer, although he suffered from illness rather dramatically in Yevla at the European Under-23 Championships. And we also have the European indoor champion and silver medalist from Glasgow, Álvaro de Arriba of Spain. And the man on the outside here, as you're looking at him, Jamie Webb. Webb, well, he's carried on his fine form from the indoor season. He's run 1:44.52. This could well be a race tailored to Webb's talents, especially if they don't hurtle through the first lap. Alongside him, Gabriel Tuel, the 2018 Mediterranean Under-23 champion. Mark Reuter, last year's German indoor champion. He's got lane 7 to himself. Lucas Hodbod, World Student Games bronze medalist just a few weeks ago in Napoli. And on the inside, a very good Italian, just 20 years of age, the youngest man in this field, Simone Barontini. Evin Hodsol, 4 times Ukraine champion at this event. And he's got a good turn of speed over the final few meters as well, former 400-meter specialist. Mentioned this man, Álvaro de Arriba, the Spaniard. On his inside, Aristos Kotitsas. Perhaps one of the outsiders, and then one of the biggest roars of this weekend for Adam Schotz, 3 times European champion. Twice won this European Team Championships as well. Jonas Schopfer of Switzerland on his inside, and Ville Lappinen also occupying lane 2. On his inside, well, former European Under-23 champion Andreas Kramer. Well, had a disappointing run on his comeback race at the London Diamond League, but hopefully he's managed finally to get the virus which beleaguered him on home soil at the European Under-23s out of his system. Fit, very fine runner is Kramer, but, well, the favourite has to be Adam Schott, but may not have the race his own way. Well, it's often quite physical contest, especially when there's more than 8 runners in this race. 12 runners in this race, as with all events from 800 metres upwards, being run as a straight final. Schott immediately tries to steer his way out of trouble as they go through 200 metres. Coming round on the outside, Reuter of Germany, taking it the long way round. Jamie Webb tucked in, running in lane 2, but has clear sight of the lanes in front of him. Kramer at the moment on the inside, so it's Schott, Reuter, Webb is coming around the outside. Kotitsas 53.58, so pretty good pace at this stage. And it's Kotitsas getting to the front now. Well, Kotitsas hasn't got many international credentials, but he's certainly giving this a go. Schott tracking him, Reuter, the tall German. Diariba coming round the long way is really starting to pick up the pace now. So it's the diminutive Spaniard, Diariba, who hits the front. And Schott struggling at the moment. He found himself just boxed slightly. Now he's trying to work his way out of the pack. Coming around the inside, 200 metres to go. He's got ground to make up on Diariba. Diariba at the front, really working very, very hard. Schott, though, has got all the tools in his armoury. And Schott just pulls away majestically to take 12 points from Poland. Jamie Webb, excellent run from the Briton, coming through for 11 points. And Diariba hangs on to take 10 points with 3rd place for Spain. Well, that's, in some respects, went to form. Schott, a man who's run 1:43.30, has gone under 1:45 this year, and very much the crowd favourite, and he does rise to the occasion. And following him home, well, exciting talent. Britain, Jamie Webb doing very well this year, and Diariba, who has a whole host of international experience.
And this is where we can see there, Schott has a very interesting way of running these races because he has a very good, quick turn of speed that he often hangs back, especially indoors, and then comes around very late at the bend. I know he's been struggling with illness quite a bit as well. He did race quite a few Diamond League races, but every time was very much trying to stay out of everyone's way because he was ill. But here we can see now getting back into his shape that we've seen so many times from him in championship races there, with a very strong finish, overtaking Diariba, pulling away, and then Webb coming through strongly. Also on the outside, Andreas Kramer looking good, as you said, also been struggling with injury, the Swede there, as he moves all the way out, almost in lane 4, to overtake Reuter, the German.
Yes, I'm very pleased to see Andreas Kramer coming back to a modicum of his form, a very talented runner indeed. Still not quite to his best, that's pretty obvious, but he's still got a good 6 weeks before the World Championships in Doha. And of course, many of the athletes here are targeting Doha, so they're just starting to round into form now. They've got Diamond League meetings, they've got European permit meetings coming up. They've also got the match, and this man, Adam Schott, will be representing Europe in Minsk in about a month's time.
Yeah, we can hear he's just thanking the crowd for their support. As you said, very much a favourite here, very consistent performer, and again, from one pole to another. As we go back to Piotr Lizek, the Polish record holder, has 6:02 to his name this year already. He cleared 5:46 in his first attempt and then passed on 5:56, so he's now at 5:66, and it's his first attempt. Great shot there, we can see from way above the stadium. It's filling up nicely. He always does this very noisy scream before he runs down the runway. And there you can see his impeccable form at the moment. 5:66, only a second jump off the day. in very good form indeed, and I'm pretty sure the pole vault will be one of the events to watch come the World Championships in Doha. Seeing the likes of Mondo Duplantis, the reigning European champion, not here, being rested and giving the opportunity to his compatriot Melke Sverd Jakobsen, as we take another look at the men's 800, and there the turn of speed. Adam Schott there, still in third with about 80 meters to go.
Nice inside out view from the overhead camera, looking at it from, well, some rather intriguing and unusual angles. I rather like it. Gives a whole different perspective to the race. Confirmation of the results, with Adam Schott winning in 1:46.97. Jamie Webb and Alvaro de Arriba following him home for Great Britain and Spain. And Reuter of Germany taking fourth place. And of course, 12 points to Poland. That will consolidate their lead at the top of the team standings. After 26 events, Poland have 232 points. So they're 19.5 points ahead of France. Italy still doing well, 202 points in third place, but Great Britain, Northern Ireland closing the gap now. Jamie Webb's 11 points. They're only a point and a half adrift now of Italy in third place. At the bottom, well, it's Switzerland, Sweden and Finland getting a little bit adrift, but still a battle between Greece, Ukraine and Czech Republic for those final places.
Konstantinos Philippidis there for Greece. We've seen an awful lot from him in this competition. Goes clear, as you can see, it's his fourth jump, all clearances. And I wonder whether he is one of those athletes who does take a bit of time to really get into the competition. There are others, as we've seen, who haven't even entered yet.
Well, I've followed Philippidis' career a little bit as we look at Michel Stecchi, and he's one of these athletes who does get an awful lot of failures during the course of his competition. When he gets it right, he goes very high.
And that was a very good clearance there from the Italian Stecchi. Way back in 2010 won World Junior Silver and finished equal fourth at this year's European Indoors in Glasgow. But that looked like a pretty decent jump for him. His personal best from last year, 5:67, so just stays 1 centimetre below that. And I do wonder whether he can go a little higher than that. And we move on straight to the next final on the track. The women's 1500 metres. The men's 1500 yesterday was a very exciting affair, won by Poland's Marcin Lewandowski, the home favourite. As we take a look here at the women's lineup, athletes to watch certainly. Another Pole, Sofia Enway, very accomplished runner. Jess Judd, quite an interesting athlete, very accomplished in the juniors, lining up for Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Natalia Przyczepa didn't look too good yesterday in the 800, but we'll take a look at the full lineup very shortly.
There's one point to mention. Marta Zanoni, who's in there wearing the Italian vest, finished second in the 3,000 metres yesterday.
And this is, we see that with quite a few athletes with team competitions like this. They have to double up and get those very important points. From the outside there, we can see Elodie Normand, 8 times the French champion. Very experienced runner, and experience does come into play in races like this where tactics very much dominate. We have no pacemakers, and you do see athletes hanging back and slowing down the pace a little. But there is Elodie Normand for France on the outside lane. Next to her, Katharina Granz, the World Student Games champion in this event this year, from Germany. Next to her is Kristina Meki, the Czech, another former World Student Games champion at 5,000 meters, and next to her Marta Senoni, the Italian, won bronze at the European Under-23s. Przyczepa, I've mentioned her yesterday in the 800 meters already, and twice a European champion. Next to her there, the Spaniard you've already mentioned, Phil Marta Perez, the Spanish champion in previous years, Konstantina Yiannopoulou, the Greek, multiple Greek champion, and big cheer for Sofia Enouai, European 1500 meters silver medalist indoors and out. Very good championship runner as well. Next to her for Switzerland, Delia Scalaps. 2 medals at World Junior Championships last year in Tampere. And they're the Finn, Sara Kuivisto. Very accomplished on home soil in Finland. For Sweden, we have Hanna Hermansson. Had a fantastic year last year, was improving with every race and on the inside. I briefly mentioned her already. Jessica Judd became the first British woman to win the World Student Games title in the 5,000 meters earlier this year at these World Student Games. And there's a lot of competitors lining up here from that event. 12 athletes, all chasing those very important points for their teams. And you will see some pushing and shoving, I'm sure, as there we can already see the Greek athlete there struggling to find her spot, is now drifting a little. Jess Judd at the moment taking it out, and on the outside Marta Perez, the Spaniard, now picking up the pace a little. I think there was no one really who wanted to take the lead. Now it's Perez, Judd and the German Grantz leading this field. Enouai in the middle of the pole, staying there, and on the outside the Italian also coming through, Zanoni. At the moment, still everyone's very close together. As we said, it's probably not going to be the fastest of races, as tactics really play into part there. On the outside now, moving through, the Swiss athlete Delia Scalabas. Here we go, 400 meters and 67. Spaniard Perez still leading behind her grandson Judd. And on the inside also the French woman Elodie Normand in 4th. On her outside shoulder, Sofia Enouai, the small Polish figure. But it's still Perez leading the field.
Well, Perez likes to front run. We've seen this in a number of races. Of course, she's quite an accomplished international athlete. She's been to World Championships, World Indoor Championships, and made the final of last year's European Championships. Hasn't got the quickest of times, but this is a good tactic. Take the sting out of some of these runners, and especially the likes of Przyczepa or Scalabas, who've run already. Maybe Zanoni, because Zanoni, of course, is a fast finisher, better known as a 1500-meter runner. And 67, it's a good pace without being super fast.
But you mentioned Przyczepa there, and we can see here the Ukrainian still hanging quite back, and she looked like she was a bit boxed in earlier. Didn't look that strong yesterday in the 800. Jess Judd now taking over the tall Briton. You can see she's almost an entire head taller than the likes of Perez or Enouai, but now he's really picking up the pace. The field is stringing out a little. Enouai coming through on the outside now. Very similar tactics to her compatriot Adam Schott, but she will have to prove her kick there. Judd leading still. Perez now tiring a little from leading that field. Grantz in 3rd, but really good running there from Judd, who's been with that front pack. On the outside from the back, the Italian coming through, but really good performance there from Judd, who leads in that final lap. The field's now really strung out. Perez still on her shoulder, Grantz there. Enouai in the mix still, and Przyczepa has now moved up behind the Polish athlete. In the top 5 are now moving away from the rest of the field a little. There's a little gap that's built up. To Finnish athlete now trying to close, but it's still Jess Judd leading from Marta Perez of Spain and Grantz of Germany behind her. Enouai now coming through on the outside, the small pole. And Perez making another move there after leading for so long. You said she doesn't necessarily have a kick, but very good running there from the Spaniard. And on the outside now coming through, as we saw in that men's 800, Sofia Enoi cheered on by the Polish crowd. And a fantastic finish there also from the Finn on the outside, but it looks as though another victory could go to Poland. Franz now coming through for Germany, but it's Sofia Enoi for Poland, and the crowd very delighted with that performance, and another 12 points to the leaders, Poland, thanks to Sofia Enoi. 4:08.37 for the multiple European medalist. Tactical race.
Marta Perez kept the pace very honest, going through 67 first lap and then just carrying on, pulling it out. Not that far off the championship record of Ukraine's Anna Mishenko, dating back to 2010, 4:05.32. Here we see Jessica Judd just coming up to the bell at this stage. And Marta Perez getting a second win. Perez having a good couple of years. Ran 4:04 last year. And this is the perfect pace for Perez in many respects, but there was no stopping Anaui. Anaui, of course, a very, very classy athlete indeed. Perez pushing hard as Jessica Judd starts to tire, but coming around the outside is Sofia Anaui. I'm sure boosted by the cheers of the crowd. As you rightly said, as we were looking at the race unfold the first time around, very good run for finishing from Sara Kovisto. Very close to her personal best.
Well, and also very impressive running from Kristina Meki, the Czech athlete, who actually finishes in third. And we were saying earlier that it was very close between the Czech team and the Ukrainians for that 7th and 8th position in the team rankings. And I think that was a very important point there with the season's best for Kristina Meki in third for the Czech Republic.
Very curious to have an insight into why Ukraine selected Natalia Grisheva for this one, because maybe they were assuming it was going to be a slow run race and her fast finishing was going to count, but it didn't work out that way.
As we get the final results confirmed, and there we can see 12 points for Enoi for Poland. Granz looking very strong for Germany, and then Meki there coming through strongly. Also Koivisto, season's best there for Finland. Perez faded a little after that tough front running. And at the bottom, we can see Greece and Switzerland. And we have the updated team standings. Great Britain and Northern Ireland, thanks to Jess Judd there, moving up into third. Germany also moving up. Italy moving down. So this top 3 positions are being hard fought. And at the bottom, we can see Ukraine now moved down, thanks to that great run from the Czech Republic in this race. Men's pole vault is still going on. We're at 5:71. And the favourite going into the competition, Piotr Lisek, is up. Wonderful vaulting here from the pole. You can just see his hip height over the bar is absolutely impressive. Gets it right. He's not the fastest on the runway, but really powerful athlete. Very tall figure. There we can see the side angle. Look how much space is between him and the bar. There's no touching or wobble, so there is still a lot of space. As we take a look at the first throwing event of the day.
Yes, this is a replay from earlier. In fact, we have been... Well, it's been going for a little while now, the women's hammer. Leading the way, Alexandra Tavernier with 72.66. So this is the second round, and it's Krista Tervo of Finland. Wonder if she's going to be inspired by her compatriots' run in the 800 meters. Well, Tervo had a foul in the first round. .64.72 for Turbo. She's going to need to improve a little bit to get into the top 4 and get into the spotlight round. Now, has been throwing over 70 metres this year, the Finnish champion and Finnish record holder. So now it's the turn of Switzerland's Nicole Zielman, Swiss record holder at 67.42. Distance she produced last year, the 33-year-old 10-time Swiss champion at this event. It doesn't seem as though she likes that very much. Implement plops down just below 60 metres. Clean throw, but not going to challenge the top marks. But it is an improvement by just over 3 metres. 63.44 for Zielman. Now, this is the event favourite, perhaps. Joanna Fedorov. $68.74 to start her account. No Anita Blodonchik in this competition, but that flies over, well over 70 metres. Might just have come down a bit short of Tavernier's 72.66, but the two-time European bronze medalist, 2014 and last year, really lays down a marker. Fyodorov has thrown over 74 metres this year. So she's pleased with that. 72.13. So she moves up into second place. Overtakes Klimets of Ukraine. To complete the second round, Stamiatir Skaralevis of Greece. Very versatile thrower, very good shot putter and discus thrower as well, the Greek. She's currently at the University of Tennessee. It's just over 60 metres, about 62 metres.
And the first time we're seeing Renaud Lavillenie. He's already cleared 5.56 earlier, then passed on 5.56, passed on 5.66, and here he goes clear in his second attempt at 5.71. As we said, he's won this event on 5 separate occasions. Has been struggling with injuries more in recent years, but as you said, he's been around for a very long time. If you compare him, his stature, his style to the likes of Piotr Lisek, you can see the different types we have in pole vaulters.
Well, after a bit of attention on the field, we're now back to the track with the men's 3,000 metre steeplechase. All 12 men on the track. Favourite here is the Spaniard Fernando Caro, who recently improved the Spanish record in Monaco at the Diamond League meeting there to 8:05.69. See the difference in season's best between him and some of the other highly regarded athletes like Great Britain's Zach Seddon. Well, 8:25.50. Well, the man who actually set that record back in 2014 in Braunschweig, Johan Cavall. Yeah, he won the European steeplechase title. He's in this field representing France. And this is one event where the French could certainly make up quite a lot of points on the poles if it goes to form. Spain, of course, not in contention for a top 3 slot, but sitting quite nicely in the middle of the table. They've managed to extricate themselves out of the relegation battle. On the outside, it's Ahmed Adewoled, the Italian champion. On his inside, Vasyl Kowal of Ukraine. Now Fernando Caro, extrovert Spaniard. Nicolas Sakis, well, personal best just inside 9 minutes. He's going to be struggling a little bit in this company. Christian Zalowski. Well, Zalowski hasn't been running terribly well this year. This would be the ideal opportunity to put down a good performance. This is Topi Raitanen, the Finn. World Student Games bronze medalist 2 years ago. Napoleon Solomon, we've seen a lot of him. He led the race for a lot of last year's European steeplechase final. Zach Seddon, former European under-20 champion, and the championship record holder, Jan Kowal, 2014 European champion. Martin Grau, German representative, World Student Games champion back in 2015. And Czech Republic's Jakub Kovar, Czech champion this year. Also Czech, a very well-known mountain runner as well. So 7.5 laps of the track. Zalowski taking the lead, as well as Kowal, the Ukrainian. Ukrainian has a best of 8:46, so probably isn't going to be one of the men you'd expect to be in contention. On the outside, in the yellow vest, sometimes a little bit difficult to tell the difference between Ukraine and Sweden as far as their apparel's concerned. Quite similar. And Napoleon Solomon coming through. And then the tall figure of Martin Grau coming around the outside. I mean, according to my notes, Grau hasn't actually won a single race this year of any description. He's been mainly running long-distance races on the roads, a few steeplechases. Finished second at the recent German championships. So he'd quite like to win this race at the moment, putting a bit of daylight between himself and the rest of the field. With Solomon leading the best of the rest. It's a useful pace, this. They're already strung out in single file behind Grau. Just gone through 400 metres.
And I think it's worth noting, if you look at his other events and accomplishments, he's probably lacking the finishing speed, and it's something that he'll be very aware of with the likes of the Frenchmen coming through. So that's why I think he is pushing the pace and hoping to tire them out a little. But it has pretty decent technique over the barriers as well, so that will be his approach to this race.
And actually, I think you've actually spotted something very relevant, because of course he was second back in 2014 when he was on home soil in Braunschweig. Fourth the following year. He's got experience at team championships racing. He knows what the dynamic is, and it's very different to perhaps a Diamond League race or indeed a European Championship race. He knows how to get good points for Germany. So at the moment it's Martin Grau still leading the way, good 5 metres ahead of Napoleon Solomon, and then a further 5 metres back at the moment towards the rear of that leading group, Fernando Caro. Well, we know Caro's in good form with that 8:05 performance in the Monaco Diamond League recently. Caro, you can just see from the overhead shot, swinging out wide on the right of your screen, just get a clear view of the barrier. And the gap between Solomon and Grau starting to close.
There we are back in the pole vault. Melker Sved Jakobsen, the Swede, came in pretty late, had one failure at this height, but goes clear. So you can see this is a recording from just a few minutes ago, but he'll be very pleased with that, as it moves him currently into the second position, because Renaud Lavillenie had one more failure in an earlier round. So Sweden currently in second position there. The only person ahead of him is Piotr Lizek with clearances in first attempts, but a very good showing here from the 25-year-old. Had only a season's best of 5:50, personal best of 5:70, So 5:71 actually a personal best for him in this.
Well, now Solomon's up on the shoulder of ground. The rest of the field are back with the German. Grau went through 1 kilometre in 2:50.56, so that's 8:30 pace. But it is going to get quicker over the final lap or so. But Grau still forging ahead. Zalowski, 2014 silver medalist, when Cavall, the Frenchman, who's quite a long way back at the moment, took the gold. And Fernando Caro, well, just biding his time around in 5th place at the moment, and the Finn Reitinen in 6th. But it's still Grau at the front. He's certainly doing a very good job. He's stretched out the field, that's for sure. Napoleon Solomon, well, twice the Swedish steeplechase champion, accomplished cross-country runner as well.
We're up at 5:81. Piotr Lizek, flawless so far in this competition, up until this point. Didn't quite get it right here. And of course, with heights like this, it can be quite dangerous when you don't get everything right. So that's why probably aborted the attempt there. If you look, don't know whether the grip wasn't quite there.
So it's still Grau leading the way as they come up with 3 laps ago, I should say. And Grau seemingly getting a second wind and pushing hard again. So that was a 68 last lap. Grau's decided to increase the pace and start pushing. You can see at his early pace, he had everybody in single file. Well, there's still, I make it 7 men up there. And now they're all running together, including the Italian at the back, Abdelwahid. Just getting detached, the Ukrainian, Cavall. So it's Germany and Spain as Fernando Caro moves himself into a better position. So just go through 2,000 metres. Just flicked on there, it was about 5:40, so still on about 8:30 pace. 5:44 at the 2K mark as Caro goes into the lead for the first time. Just coming up with 2 laps to go, but bunching behind the Spaniard. Reitinen now showing well. Reitinen has improved to 8:21 this year, so a very, very polished runner.
And it can get a little tricky, as we see now. They're pretty bunched up, and as they go over the barriers, this is when accidents can happen. So you will see people hanging back here a bit. I think the Frenchman is quite an experienced runner and might be just trying to stay out of trouble a little and then hoping for a strong kick. Equally, I think the Spaniard moved out ahead so he can stay out of that middle ground where you can't quite see the barrier coming up in front of you.
So just over 500 metres to go as they come into the water jump for the penultimate time. And Zalowski, 2014 European silver medalist, heads for the front. Well, he's having a very good run at the pole. He's well on course for a big season's best here. He obviously timed his peak right. And now as they come up to hear the bell, it's Zalowski and Caro, and then a bit of daylight back to the Finn Reitinen. Martin Grau starting to split back the early leader. Zach Seddon has managed to latch himself back onto the back of that leading quartet. And Zalowski now working really hard. I thought this was going to be one of those events where France were going to close the gap on the leaders, Poland, but it's looking like the reverse. Poland look as though they're going to extend their lead. Now Caro moves around the outside. Long-haired Spaniard pumping his arms, working really hard. Rather an eccentric style there. I'm not sure a lot of the men around him would enjoy racing close to him. And Reitinen having a terrific race here. Right up on the shoulder of Caro as they enter the home straight. But Caro goes through the gears. Gets clear, now getting half a metre clear. He hasn't quite completely shaken off the Finn, but Caro fulfills his role as favourite. And Fernando Caro takes 12 points for Spain. Raitanen of Finland second, and Zalowski of Poland third. 8:27.26 unofficially for Fernando Caro. So little more than a second outside the championship best. You can see on the left-hand side of your screens the ticker giving the results as the men come home.
And the Italian, Abdel Vahed, had an absolute stormer over last lap. With 300 meters to go, he was still behind the Frenchman and the German, and they moved up all into fifth. So really strong performance there and establishing the Italian overall position there.
So with Zalowski coming home third and Cavall seventh, that adds 4 points to the Polish advantage at the top of the team standings after this, the 3,000 meter steeplechase. Fernando Caro, well, he's Europe's top performer this year, and he showed it in impressive fashion. Good turn of speed and also very, very tactically astute race.
And he really is one of those people that properly gets into the run after he clears a barrier. You can always see him kind of kicking that once he lands after the barrier, whereas everyone else is kind of still upright. He really goes for it, head down.
Arms flailing around a little bit. I mean, it's a rather untidy running style, but it is effective.
Reminds a little of Nigel Amos on the home straight in the 800 meters, but as you said, it is effective. It's really pushing him forward there. If you compare him to the tall Finn, very upright. But a good run from the pole there in third.
Yes, I mean, season's best for Zalowski by a big margin. He's got good championship credentials going back a few years, but hasn't really shown much form this year. And he's very happy indeed. Spain gradually securing their return to the Super League in 2 years' time. Confirmation there of the standings. Fernando Caro of Spain taking the 12 points. And at the bottom, Napoleon Solomon. Well, Sweden looking a little bit adrift in the team standings, but Solomon, after an early lead, doesn't finish. Which being a shame. Team standings after 29 events. So Poland now quite a gulf between the Poles and the French. 2.62 to 2.26.5.
Second attempt there for Piotr Lizek at 5.81, and he goes clear. So really in great shape earlier. As we said, I think there was just a slight issue. It might have even been the wind, because I can see our papers around us flying around a bit, and that of course drastically impacts the pole vaulters. But good height there for him. And I can also tell you that Renaud Lavillenie and Sverd Jakobsen both had first-time failures at this height, so they'll have to go again. Lavillenie only has one failure remaining, because he had one failure at 5.56 and 5.71. But we take a look at the women's hammer throw.
Yes, it's Fantini of Italy stepping into the circle. Fantini has thrown over 70 metres this year. She's on an upward curve, has improved to 70-30. Well, she's in fourth place at the moment. This is the spotlight round. Has a best of 67.81 from the previous effort. Well, no, it's around the 65-metre mark, as we can see the officials racing towards the indentation in the turf here at the Zavisa Stadium. She had a big gulf to make up. Ukraine's Irina Klimets is currently in third place at the moment with 71.67, and that would have required a personal best of well over a metre. So Fantini stays in fourth place, but 9 very useful points to Italy. Now Irina Klimets. Klimets won the World Student Games title a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago in Napoli. We've seen quite a lot of World Student Games champions and medalists from that event here in Bydgoszcz. limit's 24 years of age. She's improved this year, 72.67. That's not going to be an improvement, though, on her best in this competition. Nevertheless, Ukraine surprisingly dragged into that battle for the relegation places. Looks a bit disappointed. Just wait for her mark. Well, 70-64. So she stays in third, 10 points to Ukraine.
And you mentioned the Ukraine there. We haven't seen much of the women's high jump, and they took maximum points in that event thanks to Yulia Levchenko and a 197 clearance. Erika Kinsey finished second there, so 11 points for Sweden. And Kinsey's actually moved straight over to the long jump. But winner in the women's high jump was Yulia Levchenko.
So Poland's Joanna Fyodorov. Well, I don't think that's an improvement either, but it is a good throw. It's over 70 meters for the pole. Standing in for Anita Vlodacek, who's currently struggling with a little bit with injury problems. Don't think she's going to defend her world title.
She said she's finished her season.
Well, 71-17, so just about a meter down on her second round, 72-13, an 11 point for Poland. So the Frenchwoman Alexandra Tavernier confirmed as the winner. So the deficit between first and second will just be reduced by a point, but Poland still very comfortably in the lead in this team competition. So Tavernier, former world under-20 champion, European silver in Berlin, almost exactly 12 months ago to the day. Oh, I think she's just stepped out there. Just couldn't quite control it.
Now white flag guards up.
Replay of Tavernier's final throw. It's already clinched. Well, no, she did manage to control it, looking at the replay, and it was a good throw. Might be her best yet, looking at it on the replay, as she gets a big kiss from Berta Castells. 72-81, an improvement of 15 centimetres, so it looked as though initially as though she couldn't hang on from it. From one Frenchman to another.
Renaud Lavillenie, this is his final attempt, because although he'd normally have 3 attempts at this height, in this competition you're only allowed 4 failures. So 581, can he go clear? No. Already kicks down the bar as he rises and cannot manage to defend that title that he's won on so many occasions. It was always hard to beat Piotr Lisek in the shape that he's in, but it's not looking too pleased there, the Frenchman. There you can see already as he goes up, kicks down the bar. And of course, in normal competition, he would have time or one more attempt. There we have a replay of earlier, the women's high jump. Alessia Trost was there clearing. That's Erika Kinsey, who finished in second with 194, the Swede. And here is the winner, Yulia Levchenko, who went over 197. She also attempted 202, but couldn't quite clear that bar. But very delighted with that performance. As we said, just recently won the European Under-23 title. And here are the final results. Levchenko takes the win, Kinsey in second, and then Alessia Trost equals her season's best of 194. Imke Onnen with 190, Levchenko with 190.
So here's the results from the women's hammer, and indeed confirmed with the very last throw of the competition. Alexandra Tavernier consolidates her victory throwing 72.81. Joanna Fyodorov also over 72 meters to take second place, and Irina Klimets of Ukraine third with 71.67. Well, some interesting performances, perhaps a little bit disappointing from Sophie Hitchin, the Olympic medalist from Rio. Britain's Sophie Hitchin rather a long way down. So after 30 events, still 10 to go, Poland have a lead of 273 points, and it's starting to look as though they're on their way to their very first European Team Championships. Spain, France, I should say, in second, 238.5, and Italy now jumping back into third place with 233. So still all to play for, really, between second and fifth.
So we've just got 2 men remaining in the men's pole vault. Piotr Lisek's already gone clear, and 5.81. Renaud Lavillenie bowed out at that height. We had Melker Sved Jakobsen, the Swede, attempt 5.81 for a final time and also failed. And there you can see now all eyes on Piotr Lisek at 6.03. You can see there the height being measured up. You can read the numbers. We rarely get that close to the measuring tool in the pole vault, and it would be an improvement on his 6.02 Polish record. We've of course seen Sam Kendricks of the USA jump 6.06 at the US Championships. But what a clearance that would be if he went over 6.03. I mentioned it earlier, Renaud Lavilnie's championship record of 6.01 could be in danger. And if Piotr Lisek goes clear at that height, he will be the record holder. The bar height is at 6.03, which is mighty high.
Mighty high, I like that.
Sometimes I do come out with there you can see. If there's only one athlete remaining, they do have a bit of time in between attempts to take a breather. Here's the view of the stadium from the outside. We can see on the far left is where the pole vault is taking place. You can see it's quite windy, which does have an impact on the jumpers. Doing some exercises there. A lot of pole vaulters, excellent gymnasts. Many of them started out in gymnastics and then grew too tall and moved on to the pole vault. And Piotr Lisek, certainly one of the main medal contenders come the World Championships. We did mention, of course, places on the Team Europe against USA in the inaugural match are also being awarded here. So he's already secured that spot on the European team. And anticipation growing here. All eyes on Lisek. It's a pretty good turnout today. I think there's a few more people here than we had yesterday as well. Back straights filled up quite nicely. And there we can see another event that's about to get underway. On the same side as the men's pole vault is the women's shot put, and good hope for the poles in that event as well with Polina Guba. But all eyes on the men's pole vault now, and Piotr Lisek. Yeah, the shot putters are waiting for their introduction, but of course everybody wants to see what Piotr Lisek can do. 6.03. Ooh! Maybe just slowed down as he was rising up there, but I wouldn't say he was too far off there. He's also only got 2 failures so far, and because he is the only remaining athlete in the competition, normal rules apply to him. So he will have 2 more attempts at this championship record height, what would also be a Polish record.
Very committed. He had the height. He was just coming down on the bar.
As we take a look at the lineup in the next final in the field, the women's shot put. There we have Chiara Rosa, 25 times the Italian champion. Marketa Stervenkova for the Czech Republic. And after her, 2015 world champion, European champion in 2014 and 2016, Christina Schwanitz. And behind her there, Caroline Métayer, the French woman. Sophie McKenna has been pretty consistent this year and won her first British indoor title this year. Fanny Roos, the Swedish record holder, has been throwing pretty consistently on the Diamond League circuit this year. So she'll be one to watch in this event as well. Senja Mäki-Törmäe, the Finnish champion there. And a heptathlete, Geraldine Ruckstuhl, one of the younger ones in the field. We've already seen yesterday in the women's javelin, stayed a little below her capabilities there. And the reigning European champion in this event from last year in Berlin, Paulina Guba, gets a big cheer from the Polish crowd. Evangelia Sofani for Greece there, the Greek champion, and another very experienced athlete, Ursula Ruiz, 17 times the Spanish champion. Completing the lineup in this women's shot put is Olga Golodna for the Ukraine. And I'm pretty sure after what we've seen yesterday in the men's shot put, we can also expect some decent results in this field with some of the athletes that are lining up, including the likes of Christina Schwanitz and Paulina Guba.
Yes, if this goes to form, it should be a head-to-head battle between Guba and Schwanitz. Perhaps Guba, even though she's the reigning European champion, nothing like the prohibitive favourite that Michael Adatic was yesterday.
Schwanitz, of course, had twins not too long ago and said that she's been struggling quite a bit. I don't envy her in that respect. But she's been finding into shape quite nicely and won the German title just last week in Berlin. We can see Piotr Lisek on the runway, but as I said, given he is the only athlete remaining in this pole vault, he does have a little bit of a longer break to rest up. Competition for these pole vaulters has been going for nearly 2 hours, and it's pretty warm out there, so he will be tiring. And he also entered fairly early on, so he might start to tire a little. But as you said rightly earlier, that first attempt at 6:03, he looked pretty committed.
Certainly more than a respectable vault. Had the height. I think he'll be pleased with that, and he's probably had a look at the replay on his coach's phone. As we were commenting earlier, one of the technological devices.
And here we go, 6 meter and 3, can he clear it? Again, not too bad of an effort, but it does look a little spent, I must say.
Yes, it is warm out there. It's around 25, 26 degrees still, as we're approaching 5 o'clock in the afternoon here in Bydgoszcz. And after paying some attention to the field events with the men's pole vault and the women's shot put, it's now time to focus on the track with the women's 200 meters. Well, you might remember on Friday evening, Jodie Williams was a very impressive heat winner. Spent to 22.97, and she's gone about 2/10 faster than that this year. It's probably going to be pressed by the woman on her inside in lane 5. You can just see the overhead shot there. Williams in lane 6, and in lane 5 it'll be Switzerland's Majinga Kabunje. But this is Paula Sevilla, 22-year-old Spaniard who's improved to 23.27 this year. We're inside the vastly experienced multiple Italian champion Gloria Hooper, better known as a 400-meter runner, Anna Kielbasinska, one of the stalwarts of many successful Polish 4x400 meter relay teams. Perhaps the race favourite, Jodie Williams, former world youth, world junior champion, and really coming back to the best of her form. Majinga Kabunje, 2018 world indoor bronze medalist over 60 metres. This is Jessica Bianca Vesely. Has broken 23 seconds, but last year. Finalist in the 100 meters, Rafaela Spanudaki-Hatsarigi. Perhaps this is her better event, the 200 meters. Anna-Marie Latviala of Finland. And on her inside, there are 9 women in this final because Para and Latvala couldn't be separated as fastest non-automatic qualifiers. So as they settle into their blocks from the inside, it's Para, France, Latvala, Finland, Spanudaki-Hatsarigi, Greece, Vesely, Germany, Kambunji, Switzerland, Williams, Great Britain, Northern Ireland, Kilbasinska, Poland, Hooper of Italy, and on the outside, Sevilla of Spain. Keep an eye on lanes 5 and 6, Switzerland and Great Britain.
Set.
Well, it's Williams away very quickly, so too Kambunji. Williams has already made on the stagger up on Kilbasinska on her outside, and Williams, the Briton, is absolutely flying round the bend. She's still being chased hard by Kambunji, and now Kambunji's starting to overhaul her on the inside. Para having the race of her lifetime, but it's Kambunji who overhauls Williams in the final 20 metres to take the victory for Switzerland. 22.72 unofficially for Kambunji. Williams comes home in second, tiring over the final 50 metres after a flying start. Season's best and into a 1.0 metres per second win. A superb run from Kambunji. I mean, we tend to think of her more as a 100-metre runner or a 60-metre indoor specialist, but what a terrific run from the Swiss.
And there we can see Jodie Williams with a fantastic bend there, looking really strong. We already saw that from her in the heats. Kambunji behind her on the inside, as you said. The French woman had a great run as well, but there it still looks as if Jodie Williams has it. But Kambunji, as you said, the 60 and 100-metre specialist with a fantastic second part of that 200-metre race, really pulling away there from Williams, who actually recently ran a pretty decent 400 metres. So you would have thought she might have had a bit more left in the tank towards the end, but what a fantastic showing there from Kambunji in this 200 metres. Final attempt for Piotr Lisa, gets 6 metres and 3. Not to be for the pole. Fantastic performance from him. Nevertheless, cleared 5.81. I did think he was a little tired, but he wasn't too tired to put on a little show there for the home crowd. He went in as the event favourite and delivered 5.81 maximum points for Poland, and they will be dancing in the streets of Bydgoszcz tonight, I think.
Well, yes, we're going to have a big after party here in the centre of town, and I wouldn't be surprised if Piotr Lisek leads the cheers and the dancing. As we saw with that rather acrobatic somersault, still plenty of spring in his legs, but not quite enough to take him over 6.03 and a Polish record on this occasion.
And what was really nice is that I saw that actually Paweł Wojciechowski is in the crowd and watching on. So although he wasn't selected to represent the team in this competition, he's still here and cheering on his teammate.
But Wojciechowski just lives just down the road, so it's only a short bus ride away.
Still, here's the final results for this men's pole vault. Piotr Lisek taking 12 points. Good result there from Sweden, Sverd Jakobsen and Renaud Lavillenie. Probably a little disappointed with only 10 points. As I said, has won this competition 5 times. Filip is in 4th. And at the bottom, it is quite interesting because Ukraine got a no height, which means the Czech Republic, who they've been battling with, finishing here in 6th, are actually making up quite a few points. So something to keep an eye on here as well. Here are the team standings after 31 events, so we are nearing the finish. Poland establishing their lead with 285 points. France in silver, 248.5, and Italy in 3rd. Germany a little behind, but I don't think the Poles can be caught.
No, Well, here we see a replay of the women's 200 metres. Once again, as we were saying, a very fine bend by Jodie Williams, but Bydgoszcz Kambundje, once she gets going, just overhauls the tiring Williams, runs her down, and takes the victory by half a metre. And a shout out for Musiapada, who only got into this final as a fastest non-automatic qualifier, third at the French Championships, and now third at the European Team Championships. Confirmation of the results. Very fine run indeed from Bydgoszcz Kambundje. 22.72 for 12 points. Williams and Vesely. Oh, Vesely did come through. I didn't spot that at all. Vesely came through for third for Germany. Nevertheless, it doesn't. Still a good run by Para, I have to say.
And from the women's final, straight on to the men's. Well, we've seen some interesting heats on Friday night. Richard Kilty looked pretty good for Great Britain and Northern Ireland in the heats. Again, more of a 60 and 100 meter specialist, but as we've seen in the women's race, that means nothing. Also looking good, Pavel Maslach, and then we have the Frenchman, Mouhamadou Fall, who was part of that relay who got disqualified. Pavel Maslach, incidentally, was part of the Czech relay that was also disqualified in those men's 4x100 meters yesterday. So those two will be looking to get some vital points for their teams. But from the outside in, Sergei Shmelik ran a pretty decent anchor leg yesterday for the Ukrainian relay as well. Stephen Müller there on his inside. For Germany, the German champion. He was a late replacement for Robin Evera. And Eseosa Desalu looked also pretty good in the heats. There on his inside, more of a 400 meter runner, but is working on his speed this year over 200 meters. Pavel Maslach there, the Frenchman who was leading off the French relay, and was the one who stepped on the line, shaking his head there. Mouhamadou Fall. Richard Kilty, twice European indoor champion, world indoor champion back in Sopot in 2014. And Kasper Kardestal for Sweden, just 20 years of age. And on the inside there, Samuel Garcia was part of the 4x4 relay last year that took bronze in Berlin. So a few 400 meter guys stepping it down, a few 100 meter guys going up from the inside out in this men's 200 meter final. Garcia for Spain, Kardestal, Sweden, Kilty, Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Fall, France, Maslach for the Czech Republic, Desalu for Italy, Müller, Germany, and Shmelik for the Ukraine. Kilty in 4, Maslach in 6, Fall in 5, and Desalu in 7. Those are the main guys to look out for. Kilty gets a brilliant start there in lane 4. Also Fall for France looking really good on the outside of Kilty there. The tall Frenchman coming on the home straight first, but Kilty looking good alongside him as well. Also coming through strongly is the Italian. Can Fall hold on? It's neck and neck for the Frenchman and the Briton. But I think Kilty might have just got it there in the end. Oh, he's holding his hamstring though.
Desaulu also came through very strongly. I think he's just picked the Frenchman for second.
I think you might be right there, Phil, but that does not look good for Kilty, who did manage to hold on there. 20.66 into a 1 meter headwind. But I do hope that it's nothing severe. Maybe a cramp. There we can see Pavel Maslach just making sure.
Well, we're looking here, and Fall indeed had a great bend. Kilty running him down though, just like Jodie Williams in the first heat. Britain's very, very good bend runners. And the tall, rangy Fall, not perhaps the most tidiest of sprinters, but he does eat up the ground, but then with 20 metres to go. Kilty just edges through, and Desayulu comes through very strongly as well over the final 50 metres. Kilty confirmed as the winner. I think Desayulu just picked Fall for second place. Yes, you can see on the replay there, Desayulu having a lot of ground to make up as Fall tires just slightly. Mentioned it earlier in the championships. Fall just in his second year of serious athletics, although the Frenchman now 27 years of age, so very much a late developer. No, that doesn't look good either, as you rightly say. Well, fortunately this will be his last race of these championships.
There we have the results confirmed. Richard Kilty takes in 2066. Closely behind him, Italy's Eseosa Desalu. Very good running from him there in the end. And Mahmoudou Fall. Towards the end there, we have Poland, who didn't make it in this final, so no major points for the leaders here. But I think Italy and France, they're both confirming their second and third position in the overall standings, which we are taking a look at now. Poland still leading with 293. France there ahead of Italy. Germany still in fourth. And at the bottom, Ukraine are now ahead of the Czech Republic by 5.5 points. 5 teams will get relegated. And 1 team from the first league will go up.
Yes, overnight that team was Portugal, who only had 1 individual winner in Sandnes, but were really placing very highly in all the rest of the events.
As we take a look to the women's shot put, and Christina Schwanitz, the German, very experienced athlete, had a decent first row. Oh, that goes way over 18 meters, could be close to 19 meters indeed. She's leading the competition so far with 18.89, and I wonder whether she got close to that with her second throw. 18.79, so no improvement, but consistent for the German, who's currently the only athlete over 18 meters. French woman, again another experienced athlete in this field. Caroline Métayer. No. Threw her personal best this year, but it's only 16.47, so won't be one of the athletes challenging for the top 4 spots that will get a 4th round attempt. And coming up on the track is the next final.
Yes, we have the women's 5,000 metres, the longest event on the track in these championships. Well, yesterday we saw an enthralling men's 5,000 metres, which saw Yamani Bahan Kripper of Italy taking the plaudits. Here, those are the list of the 12 women who are going to be contesting this race. Well, 15:09.31 is the championship record. And nobody here has got a personal best that fast. There's the very good German, Hannah Klein. Hannah Klein, 26 years of age, and is the fastest woman in this field. This is Maria Stuartova, reigning Czech champion at this distance and also 10,000 meters. Victoria Shkurko of Ukraine, perhaps one of the outsiders to do well here. Mariton Melero of Spain. The Greek runner Tarisaitis. But I think there's a late substitution in the Greek team as we look at Karia Shkera, Switzerland's representative. Switzerland, well, looking as though they're probably going to go down to the first league in 2021. Janika Rauma, better known as Janika Makela, her maiden name. Sweden's Sara Christiansen, we saw, the 2017 Nordic cross-country champion. Possibly the favourite. Former European under-23 champion Liz Westphal of France, she's on the inside. Sarah English, we saw there, is also perhaps amongst the favourites, having improved to 15:25.01 this year. So from Italy, leading the way, it's Tomasi. Tomasi, just 21 years of age. That's best of 15:44.90, which she ran recently. Tomasi, Westphal getting to the front immediately. Just really laying down the gauntlet. Melero pulling the rest of the 11 women along. Ingles up on a shoulder. Ingles hailing from Scotland. So this is very good pace by Westphal at this stage. She's certainly pulling the field along. They're all strung out behind her, making everybody work. I think Westphal has probably looked at the calibre of athletes behind her and decided to run her own race at a pace which is going to be very, very difficult for the vast majority of these other runners to challenge. Only Ingles and maybe Melero really have the credentials to stay with her. Yes, sir. Can confirm there has been a late change in the Greek lineup.
And we're in the women's shot put in the second round. Paulina Guba, the reigning European champion, got a big cheer earlier when she was introduced to the Polish crowd. Has a season's best of 18:65. Kristina Schwanitz currently leading with 18:89, but that wasn't anywhere near that mark from Paulina Guba. Guba moves into fourth with 17:58 after that first round foul. But we'll have to do more.
So Westphal really still towing the rest of the field along. It's a good pace here. As they come around into the home straight. They'll pass 1 kilometre when they go past the finish line. There's just 6 runners now in that leading group, trailing in Westphal wake as she looks over her. You saw her there just glancing behind her over her left shoulder just to see who's lining up behind her. On her shoulder it's Sarah Ingles. Currently lives in Canada, Ingles, even though she hails from Scotland. She was working as a teacher in British Columbia. Melero, a Spaniard, in third at the moment. And it's Hannah Klein, who's got a useful turn of speed, better known as a 1500-metre runner. 2017 World Championships finalist. Also that year in 2017, the World Student Games champion over this distance, though. And now already there's starting to be a gap between Westphal, Ingles, Melero and Klein and the best of the rest. So it's looking already as though it's going to be this quartet who are going to be battling for the leading positions. Westphal took the field through the first kilometre in 3:04.91, so a very decent pace considering this field. 15:20 pace. Westphal, I don't think she'll want to let it drop either, because now she's found out who's really going to be her main rivals. So it's going to be Ingles of Britain, Melero of Spain and Klein of Germany. Well, this is Klein's first outing over this distance this year, but she does have a best of 15, 17, 14 dating back to 2017 when she won that World Student Games title.
And you could see there, it's always interesting for athletes in these distances to keep an eye on the big screens here in the stadium to see who's actually still with him. If you see, the French woman's been leading the pack here the entire time, and she doesn't actually know how many athletes are still with her. So this is when those big screens come in quite handy, and as you could see there on the back straight, they are looking ahead on the big screen at the top bend, and here she can see that there are only 3 other athletes that are keeping up with her pretty impressive pace so far.
Well, this is good enough to see her through possibly to a personal best. She's took the French title in Saint-Etienne a couple of weeks ago.
And here in the 3rd round of this women's shot put now, Kristina Schwanitz still leading Markéta Serenkova of the Czech Republic here with her 3rd attempt. Is currently finding herself in 6th. Only the top 4 will get another throw. It's an improvement for her, but she remains in the 6th position, so 17-11. Not quite good enough for the Czech athlete. That's Kristina Schwanitz. It's currently the one being chased in this field. 1889 and 1879 to her name. It's a very consistent thrower. Won the German title, won the Lausanne Diamond League recently. And there she says, yeah. I think that one might have been over 19 meters there. Gets good height there. And is happy with the attempt. 1893, so just under 19 meters there, but a steady improvement, and it also means she has another attempt. So Schwanitz still the only athlete over 18 meters.
Well, Westphal still leading the way. She went through 2 kilometers in 6:12.96, so just slowing slightly in the 2nd kilometer. But now only 4 women really in this race. It's Westphal of France, Ingalls of Great Britain, Malero, Spain, and Klein of Germany. All 4 women running in single file behind the leader, Liz Westphal, who, in addition to winning the French 5,000 meters title not so long ago, is also the French cross-country champion in the winter. Did very well at the World Cross Country Championships in Denmark, finished as the 3rd European there.
And it was a tough course, and I do wonder whether these things help play into part with that. Sophie McKenna there for Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Seems quite pleased with that effort. Tongue out, put it all into that throw. Had 17.94 to her name from the 1st round, and confirms that with a 17.92. And is currently in 2nd, and she will be pretty pleased with that, I'm sure.
She's only gone over 18 meters for the first time this year, and I think at best 18.12, just looking at the notes.
18.23, but yes.
18.23, I was close.
Fanny Rose, the Swede, had a pretty consistent season so far. On the 18 meter mark there, close to it. Had a best of 17.68 earlier.
Well, we're back at the 5,000 meters as they wend their way around the track. And as they come round into the home straight, they'll see 5 laps to go. They'll have completed 3,000 meters when they go past the line. And it's still Liz Westphal, as she's been since the very early stages in this race, leading the way. No change in the positions. It's still Ingalls of Great Britain, Malero of Spain, and then Klein bringing up the rear of that leading quartet. And then a huge gulf of about 70 meters back to a 4-woman pack further down the track.
And just to confirm, it was 17.71 for Rose, so an improvement, still ranks her in third.
So you saw 9.26 there for Westphal. That is a very useful time for this championship. She's really forging ahead here, but she hasn't shaken off either Ingles, Malero or Klein at this stage. The rest just sitting on her, letting her do the work. Very interesting to see how this race unfolds over the final 5 laps. The rest of the field, well, just scattered around the track. There's an 8-woman group, you can just see there, with Poland's Paulina Kaczynska at the back. So the French will make up points on the polls at the top of the team standings unless there's something dramatic that happens during the course of this race. We're just coming up now to see 4 laps to go. Klein, just a first real change in the positions. Klein just edging in front of Malero into third.
Paulina Guber there, currently in fourth, which means she would get one more throw. But as the reigning European champion, she was hoping for a little more. Gets closer to that 18-meter mark. She had 17.58 to her name so far. But it's just not looking quite as sharp as when we saw her clinch that title last year thanks to a final round effort in a very entertaining women's shot put competition. Improvement there for her, so she moves up into third. Got that final effort in the 4th round confirmed in the spotlight round, as you call it. But it will be very hard for her to challenge Schwanitz, who is on another level here.
Well, just speaking over Savani while we watch her, the Greek not really in contention for one of the top 4 places. It was a couple of months ago, but I was reading an article on the Polish Federation website, an interview with Guber, where she was saying that she had had injury problems during the course of the winter and she'd been struggling to recapture the form. And it's quite clear some of those, she's still throwing well, but those fitness issues have persisted into the summer.
Does make sense. And as we see there, the no improvement for the Greek athlete.
Well, it looks as though Westphal has just cranked up the pace just a little bit. We've got 2.5 laps to go. Just coming up to the 4,000-meter point. Went through 3,000 in 9.26, and it's Westphal still pushing the pace with Ingles of Britain, Klein of Germany, and Malero of Spain still all up there. There we go, 12:40.15 at the 4,000-meter mark.
And I'm really impressed there by Liv Westphal, because we did say it's windy, and she's been running ahead this entire time, and the wind does have quite an impact there on the home straight. We saw for the sprints they all had a headwind, so it does mean that she's really leading this pack here and taking a lot of the tough work away from the other 3, and I wonder whether that will show later on in the race.
Yes, we're looking at the people behind her, the Ukraine and Italian runners, Shkurko and Tomasi. They're back in 5th and 6th place at the moment, but it's still Liz Westphal just looking around her, just testing the opposition. But she threw in a bit of a kick there, a bit of a surge, then eased back. Westphal still doing a fantastic job at the front. Can't falter for effort regardless of how this race unfolds over the final lap and a half. She definitely has picked up the pace over the course of the last 300-400 meters. Hasn't shaken off either Klein, Malero or Ingles though. Klein now up on the shoulder. As I was saying, this is the first outing this year over this distance for the former World Student Games champion, the German. Malero also having a good run behind her as well. she's running very close to her personal best pace. So they're coming up, they've heard the bell. They went through the bell in around 14:35. Just wondering whether Klein's 1500 meter speed is going to tell. And now she hits the front almost as I say that. Ingles follows her. Klein, useful 1500 meter runner, starting to lap some of the other athletes. You don't see that very often in a 5,000 meters at this level. And Klein just pulls away. Ingles doing a good job as Westphal starts to weaken, but Malero also hanging on in there. Well, Klein, it was a good choice. There was some other options for Germany at 5,000 meters, but Klein proved to be the right choice as she comes into the home straight. A good 25-30 meters clear of Ingles and Malero of Britain and Spain battling for second and third place. But no doubt at all about the winner, stretching a lead to about 40 meters at the line. 15:39.01 unofficially, and 12 points goes to Germany, with Malero having a great run to take second. Ingles of Britain third. Liz Westphal, well, she worked so hard for so much of that race. Has to be satisfied with fourth place. 9 points nevertheless for the Frenchwoman. It will close the gap just a little bit on Poland at the top of the team standings, as the rest of the runners in the 5,000 meters trail home a long, long way behind the winner, Hannah Klein of Germany.
And that was really impressive from her, that last lap, how quickly she managed to put some ground between herself and the other three that she's been running alongside the entire race. And as you said, it was probably that 1500 meter speed that really came in handy there for Hannah Klein as she pulled away from the field there.
Well, Klein has really come through the distances, just looking at those notes. I mean, she was a finalist in the European Under-20 800 metres back in 2011. 8 years later, she's a very accomplished 5,000 metre runner.
Doesn't even look too tired after that race. 15:39 on the dot.
Yes.
Very good performance there for the German.
Well, selection for the World Championships is going to be tough for Klein. Might well drop down and try and get selected at 1500 metres. I don't think she was amongst the first selections, was she?
I don't think so either, but as we talk about making teams, she has, of course, recommended herself for the European team and the match in Belarus against the Americans coming up next month.
Hopefully we'll see Sifan Hassan, the European record holder, either running over 3,000 and 5,000. Well, the winners here get automatic selection, and then it's the next three on the European lists with a maximum of 2 competitors per country. So those selections will be made during the course of the week. In about a week's time, we should have the full team announcement of Team Europe.
And the reasons you can see the German team there looking is because it was in the women's long jump, Malaika Mihambo, which we'll hopefully see soon some replays. But now we'll take a look at the spotlight round in the women's shot put, where we have another German leading the way with Christina Schwanitz. The throwing order has been reversed in this women's shot put now. Fanny Rose currently in fourth, thanks to that third round effort of 17:71. Now that looked a lot better for the Swede. Definitely an improvement. Over 18 meters for her. Manages to hold herself in the circle there, and definitely an improvement. 18:54 there for the Swede, and she moves into second behind Christina Schwanitz. So this final round proving very important for the Swedish team in getting some extra points. Paulina Gruber, who was up until now in third position, has just been moved down by 1, thanks to that throw from Fanny Rose. Can she improve? She is the reigning European champion. I don't think that was an improvement, and I don't think she thinks so either. As Phil has mentioned, she has struggled with injuries a little bit. Over 17 meters, but nowhere near that 18-meter mark. 1777. So an improvement for her, but she remains in fourth. Now Sophie McKenna has been doing pretty well and gets close to 18 meters here as well. Has 2 performances at 1790 to her name and gets close to that again. 1788. So a pretty decent series there for Sophie McKenna of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. She finishes in third and gets some vital points. Kristina Schwanitz, the confirmed winner, but she also has one more attempt to go. Every single one of her throws has been over 18 meters. She's currently leading with 1893. Has gone over 19 meters this year, but her personal best, of course, from way back in 2015 was 2077. So I don't think we'll get close to those distances, but she'd want to throw beyond the 19-meter mark here, I am sure. I don't think that was an improvement. Again, over 18 meters, so really consistent from the German here. But no improvement for her on that final throw. She fouls it, and 1893 and 12 points go to Germany, who I hope are still hoping to move up closer to France and Italy for that third spot, thanks to that performance from Hannah Klein in the 5,000 meter. Now another good performance from her in the shot put. Of course, we also have a strong long jumper with Malaika Mihambo, so the Germans are still not to be ruled out for a medal position here in the team standings.
Well, far from it. I've just done some quick calculations, and of course 12 points from both Klein and Schwanitz I think brings Germany up into third place, and they're closing down on the French. There isn't much between them and the French. I'm sure we'll get confirmed team standings in a moment. Poland, though, still, well, a good margin in the lead at the moment. Although they have been dropping points, the gap has been closing over the last few events. Nice shot of the shot putters, all discussing their performances, perhaps doing the same sort of calculations themselves on what it means in terms of the team standings. It's generally very good camaraderie between both the men and the women's shot putters, not just between the Europeans as well, often with the Americans, and of course women's shot putting. Well, Val Adams, very, very popular putter.
And I am intrigued to see, you mentioned Valerie Adams actually, she's obviously just had her second child recently, to see how she's going to come back next year. There we have confirmed the points and marks in the women's shot put final. Kristina Schwanitz bringing Germany up to third in the overall rankings. Sweden looking very good. Great Britain and Northern Ireland, I'm sure, didn't quite expect that many points in this event, so great performance there from Sophie McKenna. Paulina Gruber maybe stayed a little below her abilities for fourth for Poland there, but the Poles, of course, still very much leading the overall rankings.
Well, that replay of the closing stages and the medalists in the women's 5,000 meters heralds the appearance of the result. And indeed, Hannah Klein takes first place, 15:39 exactly. Malero, Spain, 15:44.55, and Ingalls of Great Britain completes the top three, 15:45.23. Good performances from all of them in a championship setting. Just noting Poland finishing down in 9th place there. So there's the standings after 34 events, and we'll get them very quickly for 35 events for the shot put. Poland with 22.5 points, leading the way. Italy in third place at the moment, but I'll tell you, with the shot put result, Germany do sneak back into third.
As we move from one throwing event to another, we've already just seen there Mikita Nesterenko for the Ukraine moving out of the image very quickly. Giovanni Falocci for Italy also, and here we are with Marek Barta, the Czech champion. Martin Muric could be one of the guys to watch there for Germany. Lolason Juhan for France, and there is Gregory Thompson for Great Britain and Northern Ireland, making up half of the field. Daniel Stahl, the man to beat in this event. He is the European leader at the moment. Oskari Perampi, the Finn. And there is Lukas Jost, 7 times the Swiss champion, but can't quite get to the distances some of these top performers like Piotr Malachowski have produced in their careers already. Yarios Tremos, 6 times the Greek champion there for Greece, and Lois Michael Martinez for Spain as the men's discus throwers get ready. Malachowski, a very popular figure here in Poland, twice a European champion, has won Olympic silvers on 2 occasions, and made the headlines when he actually auctioned off one of his Olympic medals to help a young Polish boy who was suffering from cancer and was raising money for him. As I said, probably the man to beat in this field is Daniel Stahl, who has thrown 71.86 this year already. So really one of the world's best. In fact, he is currently the world leader. First up here is Mikita Nesterenko. Actually still holds the world youth and world junior record from way back. He's now 28 years old, but hasn't quite come near these distances yet. Or recently, I should say.
Nesterenko, yes, as you rightly say, I mean, he was an absolute phenomenal talent as a teenager, but hasn't really pushed on at all. I mean, he threw over 65 meters with the senior implements, and it took him until 2 or 3 years ago before he improved.
And from one track final we saw earlier with the women's 5,000 meters, we now have the men's 3,000 meters coming up next. One of the men in this race we already saw yesterday, who won, the Italian Yemane Brancrepa. Maybe worth mentioning the 3K split in that 5,000 meters yesterday was around 8:21, and he will certainly be looking to get another 12 points for Italy in this race. But let's take a look at the full lineup in this race. That's Jan Fries there on the outside for the Czech Republic, Czech champion. Here is Krepa, the man. He hasn't got a season's best because he hasn't run this distance, 3,000 meters, not as often contested, but certainly the man to catch there. Stanislav Maslov for the Ukraine, and the Spaniard Adel Michal. He's a very accomplished runner across a variety of distances. Marios Anagnostou, the Greek athlete, here in this men's 3,000 meters, and a big cheer for Patryk Kozlowski, the Pole. Jonas Reis for Switzerland in this lineup. World Student Games champion at 5,000 meters, and Hannu Gramberg, the Finn, lining up there on the inside. Kalle Berglund, the Swede. It's the Swedish record holder in the mile, and James West for Great Britain in Northern Ireland. This man is a very interesting figure. Jimmy Gressier, the Frenchman. He's won the double at the European Under-23 Championships. And Richard Ringer, the German, won European bronze outdoors and indoors, over 5,000 meters and 3,000 meters. So the Frenchman, the German and the Italian, certainly some of the athletes to keep an eye on. Crippa yesterday ran more of a tactical race, was hanging back a bit, let the likes of Julien Wonders in the 5,000 run ahead and then kind of reeled them in and showed off his pretty impressive finishing speed. But here we have a Greek athlete leading the way first.
Well, Gressier, a hugely talented Frenchman, as you rightly say, won back-to-back European under-23 cross-country titles, as well as that double in Yevler. And he's got his lucky hat on. But, of course, he became a bit of a social media sensation for his victory celebrations, which went wrong at the European cross-country championships in Tilburg last December, when he tried to... I mean, he came down with his arms outstretched and tried to go through the finish line on his knees and ended up almost garrotting himself on the...
But he seems quite an entertaining character, and I think
he's a wonderful character.
Something.
I spoke to him in Yevler, and he's very, very entertaining. And certainly, I mean, he didn't shy away from what's happened in Tilburg. He said he got special celebrations planned in Yevler, and he showed them. And if he was to win here, I just wonder what he's got in mind. And he always runs with that cap reversed. He says it's lucky cap.
Well, I think it's also really interesting to see someone like him really performing in championship races. As we said, it always matters more about the tactics in these kind of races. And for someone as young as him to be performing pretty well in them, he's certainly one to look out for in future as well.
Just jumping in here, I hope we're going to see a little bit of the long jumping shortly. We're at the behest of our Polish broadcast partners, but just to let you know, leading the way, and we're midway through the third round, is Malaika Mihambo with a second round 6.88, and Abigail Irazoru of Great Britain is second at the moment with 6.75. So it's some pretty decent jumping going on there in the field.
As we take a look still at this men's 3,000 meter final, Andreas Dimitrakis, the Greek athlete, leading the field here, and just on his shoulder, James West for Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Finished third indoors at the British Championships over 1,500 meters, and they're coming up now Adel Michal, the accomplished Spanish runner. There we can see Crippa now in fifth, has moved up from hanging there further at the back, but obviously has the 5,000 meters from yesterday, and as we called it, the women's long jump, as if they heard us.
Yes, this is the two-time former European champion, Élysée Lesueur Aimonin, lying in third at the moment. She has 6.72 from the first round. This is live, and so it's a third round effort. Mihambo has just jumped 6.86, so just 2 centimeters short of her previous best, but she still leads the way. Lesueur, also a former world indoor champion as well. Now 31 years of age, hasn't been in quite the same form she was in about 5 years ago. But nice jump there, spot on the board, and takes a, well, it's another good jump in excess of around 6.60. Whether it's an improvement, we'll wait and see. There you can see the superimposed marks. Well, it is an improvement. Well, not quite. 6.70, so just 2 centimeters shy. Quite a good wind on her back down there. Look at Abigail Irazoru. Irazoru, the English champion, finished 7th at the European Indoor Championships on home soil in Glasgow back in March. Doing well in this competition, had a windy 6.75. That's another good jump. Oh, gets the red flag though. Just glancing across with the long jumpers are at the other end of the home straight from us, from myself and Michelle Samet here in the commentary box. And just a moment just to say a big thank you to our European Athletics International partners, Spa, Le Gruyere and Eurovision, for their assistance in bringing you this live stream from the European Team Championship Super League here in Bydgoszcz in Poland. Erika Kinsey, well, got good points earlier on in the high jump, now doubling up. Well, this year has a windy 6.65 to her name, which is her best under any circumstances. Not quite so far in this competition, but has a legal 6.29 in the previous round. That's a foul. Don't need to look at the judges to see that.
And Kinsey is an interesting athlete because she was very promising in the junior ranks, then really struggled for a bit, and she said a lot of it was mental, quit the sport completely, took up ice hockey, had a very bad injury at that point. And actually, look, it wasn't a foul.
Oh, they've given it to her, and it's a personal best. Gosh, it looked as though it was a foul. It was very misleading. I do apologise.
Now, back in the men's 3,000 metres, we've seen Richard Ringer of Germany slowly move to the front, and now on his shoulder is Crippa, the Italian. Ringer, of course, very accomplished at this championships. He's won races over this distance in 2014 and 2015, so really a top performer at the team level when it matters. But as we yesterday saw in the men's 5,000 metres, Crippa is not one to mess about, and he does know he has the finishing speed that some of these other runners don't have. So he's now in the front and will be pushing the pace quite hard with just one more lap to go once they come on the home straight. Michal now for Spain on his shoulder, and we still have James West of Great Britain and Northern Ireland there in the mix as well. Sweden's Kalle Berglund also moved up there. Richard Ringer in fifth now, dropped back a little bit, but Crippa really pushing the pace here now as they go through. We can hear the bell ring. Adil Michal on his shoulder, and dare I say it'll be very tough to beat Crippa here unless he is feeling those 5,000 meters from yesterday. Michal there stumbling a little. I don't know whether he stepped on the inside lane. That might be something to look at further, but Crippa here really pushing the pace forward. The pack of five has now dropped down to four. It's Italy, Spain, Great Britain, Northern Ireland and Sweden. And Kalle Berglund also looks like he's struggling a little, looking over his shoulder there. Crippa really pushing the pace, but Michal on his shoulder now challenging the Italian. Also pretty impressive is James West there. Berglund now pushing for the pace. Crippa fading away, feeling the 5,000 meters from yesterday. And Adil Michal with a very impressive sprint finish, comes down the home straight, looks over his shoulder. Sweden's Berglund on his shoulder, and Spain takes the main points here in 8:02.53. Great running from the Spaniard, very tactical race. Kalle Berglund looking pretty strong there with a personal best in second. West for Great Britain and Northern Ireland in third, and Crippa fades to fourth and might have just left it a little too late. Ringer in fifth, and that also means that Italy might be moving up more in the team rankings again. We'll have to take a look at it. Ringer there closely behind them. Switzerland, Czech Republic coming through, but fantastic performance there from Michal, who regularly runs a variety of distances, often seen on the roads as well, in the mile. He runs his cross-country races, so is testing himself in various terrains.
Well, Michal was the perfect man to represent Spain here. He does have a huge range. He was fourth at the World Championships, 1,500 meters 2 years ago in 2017. And he certainly has got a great turn of speed, and also, as you say, cross-country, roads, fourth in last year's 10,000 meters, so really stretching his distances here. And in a championship setting, he's got such a wide turn of speed. Excellent run from the Swede to come through very, very strongly indeed. Berglund, the personal best. And West also coming through. Yes, Crippa, I don't think the Italians had a better option, but just looked just a little bit tired. Yes, you saw his face there. He certainly done his best for his country, but just didn't have it in his legs coming down the home straight on this occasion.
As we take a look at the men's discus, we took a look at the lineup earlier. Piotr Malachowski, that's his first round effort that they're showing here. We are further down in the men's discus, but his first round effort here now, the pole, certainly one of the favorites. Over 60 meters there. Very experienced athlete, of course, 36 years. Twice the European champion, twice Olympic silver medalist. As we wait for confirmation of his result in that first round. 61-21, so moves him into the lead. You can see Martin Wierig there of Germany was leading so far, the German champion. Bit of a surprise win for him in Berlin over the likes of Christoph Harting.
So now the long jump. This is Fatih Diama of Spain, in 4th place at the moment. I have to tell you that Erika Kinsey's last jump was reviewed and has been ruled a foul. I thought it was. So indeed it is Fatih Diame of Spain who, after a revision of the results, after 3 rounds, goes through to this, the spotlight round, but no improvement, a rather lackluster 6.13, but nevertheless she gets 9 points for Spain with her first round 6.62. Now we saw her jumping in the 3rd round just a few minutes ago. Elazığ Lazur Aymanin, former European and world indoor champion. She jumped 6.72. In 2nd place, Abigail Irazoru of Great Britain with 6.75. That's the target. Let's just check. That looks like a foul to me. No, it gets the white flag. It's really tight on the board. Nevertheless, I think she knows it's no improvement. Well, nevertheless, it was a good jump. 6.69, just 3 centimeters shy. Now, Abigail Irazoru. She's got 11 points for Britain. Has 6.75 to her name. She's chasing Malaika Mihambo's 6.88, which is currently the leading mark. Irazoru, such a talent, but struggling with Achilles injuries for many years until recently. That's another good jump. Yeah, gets a white flag. Just wondering what spot on the board there. Has a best of 6.90 from back in 2012. Oh well, 6.70 was a good jump. It's her best legal jump. 6.75 wind assisted. Well, Germany, another 12 points. They've been really packing them in the last half an hour or so. So, Malaika Mihambo, she knows she's got the victory here. That's 6.88 in the 2nd round. It was a legal jump, just 0.3 meters per second following wind. It has been gusting down the home straight. We've had as many over the limit as they've been legal. And she really is the class act. She's the world leader in this event. Massive jump recently in Berlin. Let's see what she can do here. And that's a great jump. That is over 77 meters. Well, European Championship record, 6.95 to Russian Darya Klishina from 4 years ago. I think that's a new championship record. Great jumping, clutch performance there from Mihambo. And she's been so consistent, unbeaten outdoors this year. 6 out of 6 victories, 4 of them over 7 metres. Just ever so slightly wind assisted, but nevertheless another competition over 7 metres for Mihambo. 7:11 for this super talented German, who's really come of age this year. Made a big breakthrough 5 years ago when she was the surprise winner in Braunschweig of the European Team Championships then. But no surprise on this occasion. She's fulfilled her role as favourite.
And the impressive thing with her is that even when she knows she's confirmed the winner, she goes out and performs in her last round. She did exactly the same last week at the German Championships.
There we go, confirmation. 7:11. It was a windy jump, but she could keep jumping over 7 metres, 24 hours it seems. Abigail Irozuru, 6:75, season's best. Was windy for the Briton, and Elise Lazure Ironman. France take 10 points in that competition, and Poland a long way down. So France closed the gap, although I still think it's probably an insurmountable one on the leaders Poland, but certainly making a bit of a difference in the deficit.
Here we have the results confirmed for that men's 3,000 meter final, with a fantastic final lap from Spain's Adam Michal there. Personal best for Sweden's Katla Berglund in second, and James West, great performance there from the Briton as well in third. Italy's Crippa faded away a little after his great performance in the 5,000 meters. And we have the team standings after 36 events. Poland still leading, but Germany now, thanks to some really strong field event performances, have actually moved up into silver, and France are down in bronze. Not very happy there, but still a pretty decent performance. Might have moved him in the lead. He's shaking his head, Daniel Stahl there of Sweden. The current world leader with 71 meters, of course, staying quite a bit below his abilities. But let's see what mark comes up for Daniel Stahl with his second round attempt here for the Swede. 61.38, so it moves him in the lead in this competition.
Well, those team standings that you saw were after 36 events, but they don't take into consideration the long jump, and I think Germany are up into second place. We'll wait and see a bit later, but as we go on to the B final, as they like to call it, the first of 2 heats of the women's 4x400 metres. But by my reckoning, I think
they were already here second in the...
Yep, so they've overtaken France into second place. So you saw the start list for the B finals, seeded on season's performances, most of those coming at the World Relays in Yokohama back in May. Finland, Evelina Martinen starting for the Finns. On their inside, Karina Politi of Greece, the lead-off runner for the Greeks. Ukraine have Anastasia Brishkina. Ukraine having a disappointing team championships. This is a good opportunity for them to make up points. Martina Hoffmanova of Czech Republic. And in lane 3, Sweden's Maria Kimumba. Well, on the inside, in lane 2, it's Cornelia Alder. So as with the 4x100 meters relays yesterday evening, it's the combined results that count towards the points. Saw yesterday in the women's 4x100 meters, Switzerland running a very fast time in the B final, finishing second overall in the end. So from the inside, it's Switzerland, Sweden, Czech Republic, Ukraine, Greece and Finland.
Stand up, please.
Referee just asking them to stand up. See in the lower right-hand corner of your screen, the long jumpers leaving, with Michaela Mahambo just leaving the track after gaining 12 valuable points for Germany. Well, this is Anastasia Bydgoszcz, seems to have been around for ages. Still only 27 years of age. Rapt attention of the rest of the teams on the sidelines as the track referee asks for quiet. So a green card, faulty start. Kumumba, the Swedish lead-off runner. Quiet descends on the Zavisa Stadium. Got 2 heats of the women's 4x400 meters to come. 2 heats of the men's 4x400 meters. And in the field, the discus still going on. There's 3 events to be concluded here at this, the 8th edition of the European Team Championships. As the women go to their marks from the inside, Switzerland, Sweden, Czech Republic, Ukraine, Greece and Finland.
Set.
Well, after a pause, they're finally away. Running very well on the outside is Martinen of Finland at this stage. The stagger doesn't unwind until after the first bend of the second leg. Bydgoszcz also running well for Ukraine as they pass through 200 meters. And at this stage, it's Finland on the outside and Ukraine in lane 5. We're leading the way over the 6 teams. Hoffman over at Czech Republic also having a good run at this stage. Greece's Politi starting to close it down. So it's Ukraine and Finland, that's 1 and 2 at the moment. So Bydgoszcz hands over to the very experienced 400-meter runner, 800-meter runner Tatiana Melnik, by championship credentials. While Finland's Janine Nygaard takes over. Coming through strongly. The Czechs, it's Teresa Krejcilakova. Still Ukraine out in front at this stage with Tatiana Melnik running very, very strongly indeed. Very tall Ukrainian. Much more diminutive figures of Krejcilakova. Also running well at this stage. Pelloud of Switzerland. Water, who ran in the individual 400 meters for Greece, coming through. So Ukraine hand over from Melnik to Klimuk. Klimuk, the Ukrainian 400-meter runner. He's tearing away, but behind them, little to choose at the moment between Switzerland, Czech Republic and Greece. Czechs now taking 2nd place. Sela Perkova doing very well, but there's little doubt at all it's going to take an awful lot to stop the Ukrainians at this stage. They've got a good 50 meters lead as they come into the home straight for the penultimate time. Katarina Klimuk will hand over to Anna Ryshkova performed so well in the individual 400 metres hurdles. This has turned into a time trial for the Ukrainians, but a battle for second between Greece, Switzerland and the Czech Republic. Very close indeed. So Anna Ryšková home and dry, barring accidents. Behind them, we got Mado Vondrova. Vondrova was biding her time, it seems, before closing down on the rather tiring Yasmin Geiger. Geiger, well, had a season's best in the 400 metres hurdles, but still not quite back to her best form. And it's Vondrova now trying to hunt down Irini Vasilou, having a very good run indeed, but it's Ukraine thanks to Anna Ryšková taking the win in 3:29.34.
And this is a time we have to remember, because of course we said these are two time heats, so regardless of this being the B final as it is billed in the start list, is the fact that this time matters in the overall standing. So 3:29.33 for the Ukrainians could be important in the second heat.
Once again, we talked about it yesterday in the context of the Swiss sprint relay team, is Ukraine. When you look at those individual runners, including the likes of Melnik and Ryšková, I have a feeling they should have been seeded into the top heat. It was done on season's times, and of course the only outing of significance the Ukrainians had was at the World Student Games. But once again, I think a bit of common sense should have been, or at least an allowance for some common sense being applied to the seedings.
Well, one thing also worth noting here, for those of you who are wondering in the Swiss relay where the likes of Lea Sprunger were, she actually had some good runs yesterday and the day before, but our colleague from the Swiss team has actually just told us that she is resting herself up a little and waiting to find into shape ahead of things like the Zurich Diamond League and of course the World Championships, where she will certainly be one of the athletes to watch.
Yes, one of the Europeans who'll challenge very good Americans, including Nalia Mohammed, who recently set that absolutely fantastic world record at the US Championships. But Lea Sprunger, well, has very good chances of getting a medal for Switzerland, getting a medal for Europe. Of course, in the relays, there are two teams from both Europe and the USA who will be competing in the match. And the fastest European team here, the winner of the women's and men's 4x400 metres, gets selected as a national team to represent Europe.
And we take a look at the last remaining technical event here at these European Team Championships. The men's discus, Daniel Stahl currently leading the way, the world leader with 61.38. He has already thrown 71 meters this year, but we're taking a look at the Italian Falocci. Gets close to that 60-meter mark as well. Has a personal best from this year of 65 meters. And what can he do in this third round effort? Was in fifth beforehand, but I think that was an improvement for Falocci, the 33-year-old Italian. And it was indeed 60.25, which currently moves him into fourth and might mean that he could get another round. Here are the results of that B race.
Yes, it's 3:29.33 for Ukraine. Season's best, but they haven't had many outings. Greece and Czech Republic following them home. 3:33.01, 3:33.24 are the times to keep an eye on. And the A race comes up very shortly, but first we've got the B final of the men's 4x400 metres.
Or we might be sticking with the discus throw for a little longer, as we see things are heating up here. We are in the third round, and the top four throwers will get one more attempt. Currently Stahl's leading, Piotr Malachowski very narrowly behind him, and Martin Bierig of Germany also looking good. So three men over 61 meters. As we see here, Czech athlete Marek Barta gets an improvement as well, moves him up into seventh, but that means he won't have a final fourth attempt. Martin Wierig here won his first German title last week after a long hearting dominance of both Robert and Christoph. Was delighted with that, and he's currently finding himself in third. But could be close to those two, but as I said, the top three are pretty close together, all within 30 centimeters of one another.
Tell you what, I think he gets 12 points for the baggiest pair of shorts here in Bydgoszcz. I was thinking about that yesterday when we saw Carlos Tobolina, the Spanish shot putter, the best beard in Bydgoszcz. Those are the baggiest shorts in Bydgoszcz.
No improvement there for Wierig with a 59 throw. So he remains in third, but that means he does also, at the moment, still have another throw confirmed. But back on the track now to the men's B final, where we see Switzerland, Sweden, Greece, Czech Republic, Ukraine and Finland. So the same teams as we saw in the women's team. And they are also the teams that are currently making up the back end of the standings. So that is something to look out for here. We will go through the lineup properly in a second. And of course, the times in this race matter just as much as those in the A race, because they will be combined. Finland on the outside here being led off by Christopher Enbal in lane 7. In lane 6, the Ukraine, Danilo Danilenko, very accomplished runner. We've already seen him here this weekend. The Czech Republic, Jan Tezar, kicking things off for the Czech relay. And on his inside, we have Greece with Ioannis Detsiakas. There, youngster still in this Greek team. And Sweden there being led off by Anton Sigurdsson in lane 3, and in lane 2, completing this B race, is Switzerland and Luca Flück kicking things off here for the Swiss. So fingers crossed they'll get off right away. In this men's B final, Switzerland lane 2, Sweden 3, Greece 4, Czech Republic 5, Ukraine 6 and Finland in 7. First time clear out of the blocks. Men to watch here could be Danilo Danilenko for the Ukraine in lane 6, who's running well. Also running well, Jan Tezar for the Czech Republic, I think. And for Sweden, also going well on the inside, Anton Sigurdsson. The stagger, of course, does look slightly different in a 4x4 relay compared to an individual 400-meter race, but all coming through strongly on the outside. Leading at the moment, Finland there, Christopher Enbal, and as I said, Danilo Danilenko leading things off for Ukraine, looking very strong. Jan Tezar for Czech Republic also coming through strongly over these last few meters, but it's Ukraine handing over the baton first as Danilo Danilenko passes on to Ole Mirantes. He is being chased by Michal Tesensky of the Czech Republic. So it's Ukraine and Czech Republic having a very close battle here. Who gets out first as they move on the inside lane? Sweden behind the pair and Switzerland in 4th. Czech Republic leading as they move on to the home straight with Tesensky building up a little bit of a gap. The Swiss coming through strongly on the outside, as do Sweden, as the Ukrainians tire a little, but it's still Czech Republic leading the way as we move to the 3rd leg runner. And for the Czech Republic, Patrik Sorm, a very accomplished runner indeed. He takes the baton in first and is instantly building up a little bit of a gap again. Ukraine have come through strongly there after their 2nd leg runner faded a bit, in Switzerland in 3rd. Now moving up on the shoulder of the Ukrainians. The Czech Republic with Patrik Storm still very much leading the way, but the Swiss are having a fantastic third leg here, thanks to Vincent Knotz. On his shoulder, Dmitro Bikulov now making up way, closing the gap on Storm a little, who's starting to tire. Fantastic finish there from the Ukrainian, but it's still the Czech Republic leading as they hand over to the final leg. Wittmüller has already proven himself here over the 4 hurdles over the last 2 days. He takes the baton for the Czechs and is being chased down by Oleksii Pozdinakov, the Ukrainian, and it's Czech Republic leading the way from the Ukraine. Quite a gap then to Switzerland, and behind Switzerland, I think it might be Greece that have moved up now. It is indeed Greece there behind the Swiss, but at the front it is still Czech Republic leading from Ukraine. The Ukraine trying to close the gap, but I do still think that Wittmüller can hold on. Fantastic closing speed there from the Ukrainian as he approaches the final. Wittmüller nearly stumbles there, but manages to hold on. Great finish there from Oleksii Pozdinakov from the Ukraine, but it is the Czech Republic that takes the victory here in this B final in 3:05. Ukraine behind him in 3:06, and Switzerland come through for third in 3:07. So these are the times you have to remember for the next heat, or final, I should say.
Well, the early stages of the race, and Ukraine running very well at this point. So it was to prove they managed to do very well over the opening part of the race, but then the Czechs really dominated. Final handover. Muller having a great team championships, doing some very, very good work for his country. Looked as though he was just about to unravel, but just gritted his teeth, dug in, and Muller comes home just edging out Ukraine in this particular B final. Behind them a battle royal between the Swiss and the Greeks for third place. As we pointed out, Michelle pointed out, in a sense though, it's not a question of where you finish, it's the time you post, and that's going to be all important. So the Czechs can feel as though they've done a very good day's work. Their championships have now come to an end. They'll be watching the leading 6 teams. The big question is, have they done enough to stay in the Super League?
As we take a look at the final throws in this men's discus competition there, the Greek athlete Geroios Tremos, with his 3rd attempt, is currently down in 9th. Has 56 to his name, and I don't think that 3rd round effort was an improvement for him, so no 4th round for him. He remains in 9th, which means we just have one more thrower in this 3rd round remaining, Spaniard Martinez, as he enters the ring, and then we move on to the spotlight round with the top 4 throwers. He's currently in 5th, has 59.20 to his name, would need about a meter, or a meter and 6 centimeters in fact, to improve, to get one more attempt. Looks not so pleased with his effort, as I don't think it is an improvement for him. Doesn't get close to that 60-meter mark, and he will finish in 5th, behind Sweden, Poland, Germany and Italy, who all have one more throw remaining in this men's discus throw. There we have confirmation, no improvement for him. 57.56 for the Spaniard. And I have to say, I'm quite intrigued to see whether Daniel Stahl can improve a little more in that last round, because we have seen a lot more from him. As we take a look at those results from the B final of this men's 4x4, Czech Republic leading the way ahead of Ukraine and Switzerland. 3:05.96 the time. We will have to remember as we move into the A final. Ukraine there with 3:06.04, very closely behind them. And we go back to the discus where the mascot has, I thought he had entered the ring, but no, he's just dancing on the side there. Here are the top 4 men who will get one more throw. That's the current standing order. Daniel Stahl leading the way from Malachowski, Wierig and Falocci. And they will throw in reverse order. So it will be the Italian Falocci entering the ring first.
Just jumping in though, just working away on my pad here, with the Czech and the Ukraine throwers having already competed, and the Czech and the Ukraine relay teams having already competed. I'm afraid the die is cast in the relegation positions, and it is the Czech Republic, Sweden, Greece, Finland and Switzerland who will be relegated to the first league in 2021. The points will change, but it is confirmed that those teams will be going down to the first league. But nevertheless, everything to play for at the top.
I wonder whether he knows that they stay up.
I think he was probably concentrating on his own performance rather than watching what the relay teams were doing.
Well, you never know. They often do pause the events as the track events do go on. And given that it is a team event, I think there is still a slightly different interest from performers of all events where they do cheer for each other. And we see a lot of athletes who have competed over the last few days in the stands cheering on their teammates, as Italy's Giovanni Falocci moves into the ring. Set his personal best this year with 65 meters, so can go further, but what can he do here? Looks pretty decent. I think it was another good performance there from him. Over 60 meters, I think. Has 60.25 to his name from the 3rd round. That had moved him up from 5th. And it is 60.17, it comes up on my screen. So no improvement for him, but another throw over 60 meters. So he will be happy with that. 9 points there for Italy. Martin Wierig had a good effort over 61 meters in the 1st round. He's a very tall thrower, quite lean and quite quick normally in the ring. That looked good. I think it's an improvement. I think it was over 61 meters. And it could be challenging Daniel Stahl 61.38. And this is why this last round is so interesting. Because if he does improve now, it does indeed. We can hear the crowd cheer. We're waiting for confirmation, but you can see it goes beyond the superimposed line that is indicating Daniel Stahl's leading mark. And he moves up into the lead in the last round with 61.84. And it's all eyes on Malachowski and Stahl, whether they can respond to the German. This is probably the loudest cheer we are hearing in this discus, with Piotr Malachowski, the Pole, stalwart of Polish discus throwing for quite some time now in his last round effort. 61.21 to his name. He's cheering. It looks pretty good there too. And it looks like he's bettered Wierig's throw from that previous attempt as well. The crowd is on their feet cheering for Malachowski, and he could feel it already coming off his hand as he cheers at his own throw there. We are waiting for the mark to come up on the board, but I think it is quite the improvement for him there. 63.02 it comes up on my screen here, confirmed, and he has moved in the lead. So Poland currently in the lead, but Daniel Stahl, the Swede, who has thrown over 71 meters this year already. Still one throw remaining. I wonder whether the conditions have just suddenly become very favorable for these athletes, as we are seeing. I think there is a bit of a tailwind now. And what can Daniel Stahl do? We've just seen 2 throws better his previous best from 61.38. And it looks a little lackluster. I think he just steps out the ring there. Red flag goes up, so no improvement for him. He has to settle for third. Was leading the entire way through, but Poland takes maximum points there thanks to this very impressive final round effort from Piotr Malachowski with 63.02. Germany probably will cement themselves maybe into second after at least the long jump with 11 points here. And Daniel Stahl gets 10 points for Sweden. Won't stop Sweden from being relegated to the first league though. But Piotr Malachowski, impressive performance there from him. Delivers when it matters. And we still have the men's and women's 4x4 finals to come. Malachowski here being interviewed by the in-stadium presenter.
Well, those points for Poland will make it very, very difficult to beat them. It's not an unassailable lead, but some strange things would have to happen in the 2 relays for Poland not to take their very first ever European team championship.
Well, if there is anything or any event where strange things can happen, it is the relay, as we have seen on numerous occasions, although the Poles very much experienced in those events. The men, of course, set a world indoor record last year, and the women, of course, have shown great strength in this event for many years and are the reigning European indoor champions.
Rapt attention here in the Savisa Stadium. We reckon that there's probably 7,000 or 8,000 people here. Certainly there's nothing like a home win to get the crowds cheering. Whether it's individual wins from the likes of this man, Piotr Malachowski.
As we have the results confirmed, great last round throw there from Malachowski and Vierik to both move up. Daniel Stahl moves down in third. Falocci remained in fourth, and then it's Spain, Ukraine and Czech Republic all getting the main points, but really good final round there, and this is why the top 4 performances are so interesting. Here we have the team standings after 38 events, so just 2 more relays coming, and we have Poland still in the lead, Germany still in second, France in bronze, and Italy, thanks to Falocci there, moved up 1 spot ahead of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Well, Italy are having a great championships. They've never finished higher than 6th, and at the moment they're battling for 4th place with Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Not that far away from 3rd spot. So the final action as far as the women are concerned here at the 8th European Athletics Team Championships. This is the Super League. Spain, Great Britain, France, Poland, Italy and Germany make up the 6 teams in this A final. Well, championship record 3:23.76. That's a bit of a tall order. That was done by the Russians back in 2010 when we were in Bergen. So on the outside, it's Rina Bullmann from Germany. On her inside, well, we saw her in the individual 400 meters have some good runs. Maria Benedicta Chigbolu. Italians opting to put their 2 best runners on the first 2 legs. Well, Iga Baumgartner. She has the baton in her hand for Poland. This is Estelle Bedossier of France. She has the first leg for the French. The very experienced international Emily Dimer has been on plenty of British successful 4x400 meter relay teams. And on the inside, the Spanish Andrea Jimenez. Well, you wouldn't bet against Poland with a lineup of Baumgart, Kiełbasińska, Holub-Kolelik and Swiatek, with Justyna Swiatek on the final leg. And victory here will give them an unassailable lead leading into the men's 4x400 meters. As they settle down on the inside, it's Spain, Great Britain, France, Poland, Italy and Germany. Well, starting well, it's Bullmann on the outside for Germany. Also, as you might expect, Baumgart-Bitten of Poland running well through the first half of this leg. Emily Diamond also having a very good run at this stage, getting right up on the shoulder of Parossier of France. Baumgart-Bitten coming into the far bend. Now up on the shoulder of Chigbolu and Bullmann. Emily Diamond has made up a lot of ground for the Britain in lane 3. The Poles hand over first, Great Britain, Northern Ireland second, Italy third. So Baumgart-Bitten has handed over to Anna Kiełbasińska, who was in the individual 200 metres earlier. And we're seeing also Jodie Williams second in the 200 metres. We were talking about earlier in the programme, starting to run a few 400 metres and has had a couple of good outings over one lap of the track. The Britain closing down quickly now on Kiełbasińska, the Pole. Still very much in contention. Germany, thanks to Nelly Schmidt, and the Italians, Aya Foloronso, just rounding Schmidt and now bearing down on Britain and Poland. So Italy at this stage still very much in contention, but they have their two best runners on the first two legs, whereas the talent's more evenly spread out between Great Britain and Poland. On to the third leg, and it's Holub-Kolelik of Poland, with Great Britain Zoe Clark leading the way. But Poland has such a strength in depth over 400 metres. Zoe Clark tearing away through the first 200 metres, but Holub-Kolelik keeping pace with her now, up on her shoulder as they come into the home straight. And it's the Poles just rounding Clark of Great Britain. Holub-Kolelik now starting to just move away from the Britain. Italy still very much in contention, thanks to Rebecca Borger. So the Poles hand over about 3 metres, 4 metres clear, with just one stint to come. And who would you have on the last leg? Well, Justyna Swiatek, individual 400 metre winner. Now she's going to really pour it on to bring the Poles home. 3:29, the Ukrainians won the A final, and it looks as though she's going to be well inside that time at this stage. Still a fine battle behind her between Britain and Italy. Italy's Tevesian having a fine race. Great Britain's Jessica Turner battling with the Italians for second place, but running away from the rest, and a good 15 metres clear. Justyna Swiatek brings the Poles home. 3:24.82. Britain takes second, Italy third. We'll give you confirmation of those times in just a moment. But not only do Poland win the women's 4x400 metres, that means that Poland are confirmed as the European team champions. And a fine win on home soil for the Poles. They've really, really dominated across this weekend. The big throwers have packed in the points. There's been points elsewhere. The distance runners have done well, but Poland take the team title.
And really it is quite impressive how this relay has developed over the years. They are consistent across the board at championships. We've seen it last year at European level, we've seen it at World Relays level, we've seen it at World Championships, indoors and out, and there we can just see they are so experienced, they know the order they run in, they have their handovers on point. And even a team as experienced as, for example, Great Britain and Northern Ireland can't do anything to hold off the Poles. There we can see Great Britain and Northern Ireland handed over in first for that third leg. But Justyna Sviertjezic gets the baton and is off and away, builds up an even bigger lead and brings it home for Poland in front of a home crowd. She's had a fantastic weekend there individually, fantastic weekend in the relay, and they will be celebrating once they are confirmed the overall team winners.
I don't know, Michelle. Are we going to go down the town centre and join in the dancing?
Absolutely.
I'm up for it, definitely. Well, what a terrific run to bring the Poles home. I don't think it's quite sunk in across many of the crowd here. I mean, we've got the aid of what they call commentator information systems. I mean, they're cheering the victory of the Polish women, but they have, I can say, now got an unassailable lead in these team championships. Well, they've done well over the years. Third back in 2014, second 2 years ago, first this time. European leading time, 3:24.81 for the Poles. And behind them, Great Britain, Northern Ireland, Italy, Ukraine, the winners of the B final, taking fourth overall, Germany and France. That completes the top six. 12 points go to Poland, with just one event still remaining. Poland, well, be interesting to see how they do when it comes to the World Championships. Of course, the Polish quartet will be representing Europe in the match in Minsk next month. Poland, 335 points, 19.5 points ahead of Germany, and in turn, the Germans 10 points ahead of France, with Italy doing very well, just 1.5 points ahead of Great Britain, Northern Ireland going into the last events. As you can see there, though, the relegation positions confirmed: Czech Republic, Sweden, Greece, Finland and Switzerland.
And interestingly, you mentioned the fact that it is tight with Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and I can see they're not fielding a relay in this men's 4x4. They were on the start list that I just received, but on the board we can see, and as they are walking down here, we can see there is no British relay, which means there is 0 points for them in this race. So they will move potentially further down. I don't know whether they can still be caught. I wonder whether there's been a late withdrawal. It was a young team that they were fielding and then were supposed to be brought home by Martin Rooney, but no British relay here in this final, and it's all to play for the Italians. And Spain, of course, who are currently in 6th. So in this final race of the weekend, we have Spain, no Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Italy, France, Poland and Germany. There we see the Polish relay, and again, very accomplished team on the international stage, not just on a European level, but also at a world level. They are in lane 6, and they will be looking to repeat the performance that the women put on just before this race in the women's 4x4 relay. The Italians also with a very strong 4x4 team. Their last leg runner, David Ray, won the individual 400 meters yesterday. And those could be the teams to watch. France never to be discounted as well. And Spain with Oscar Hosilos and the likes of Darwin Echeverry could also be in contention there. So this could be a very close race indeed. Of course, the title has already been decided, will go to Poland. And we will see whether Germany can hang on to the second spot they are currently finding themselves in, or whether we'll see some last-minute upsets. As we said, France currently 10 points behind the Germans, so Germany would have to mess up in this relay. Here's just an announcement about the victory ceremony, which will take place very shortly after this race. So the top 3 teams will be led out, and then we'll all come in together, and we can already see there in the bottom corner of the screen the ginormous podium where all the teams will have to fit on. But first up, we still have one more race to come of the night. And Poland, as we said, confirmed the title winners, but it could still change in silver and bronze. So we will see. And of course, Italy still in there, not completely to be ruled out either. But the lineup coming up now in this men's 4x4 relay. Great Britain and Northern Ireland not fielding a field. I think, Phil, you were trying to find out what's happening there, but you couldn't quite get an answer, could you?
No, I actually switched off my microphone and was shouting at a couple of people, but to no avail, I'm afraid. I can't actually answer your question. British athletics team officials have disappeared somewhat. Anyway, we'll try and bring you up to date with that, but Britain not in contention for a top 3 spot overall. There
is the German relay on the outside in lane 7. Tobias Lange for the Germans leading things off. And as we said, they're currently in second with 315 points, or 15 and a half, I should say. 20 points behind the Polish, but only 10 points ahead of France. So they will have to make sure the baton makes it all the way around. So here is the German relay on their inside, the Poles, who will be cheered on by the crowds, who have been very supportive, not only of their own team, but have been quite good at recognizing performances from all the other teams. But there, of course, gets the biggest roar in this relay. Bydgoszcz for Poland leading the team off. Again, the likes of Rafael Melko also in that team, and Mamadou Kassehan for France in this 4x4. Edoardo Scotti, very accomplished relay runner for the Italians in lane 4, and then lane 3 remains empty as we move straight on to lane 2, and Oscar Husilos, who has already put on quite the performance in the individual event, the Spaniard. So from the inside out, we have Spain. Lane 3 is empty because there's no Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Italy in 4, France in 5, Poland in 6, and Germany in 7. Germany currently in second, 10 points ahead of France. France in third, 1.5 points ahead of Italy. Of course, the Poles would want to bring home the victory in this final event to cement their status atop Europe in this European Team Championships. Off they go, and we can see, of course, there is a big gap between Husilos on the inside and the Italian relay, because there is no one in lane 3. But the Poles looking pretty strong. The Frenchman also, Han, making up quite some way. At the moment, though, still fairly spread out, as we will see how this race develops as they move on to the home straight. The Frenchman, Han, looking good, as does Subara for Poland. And on the outside, Lange still holding on. The Italian, Scotti, also coming through strongly, but Poland now surging there. The Frenchman tiring quite a bit, and Poland will be the ones to hand over the baton first, as Raffaello Melco, very accomplished runner indeed, takes the baton. Italy on the inside coming through strongly now with Matteo Galvan, and the French also there in contention. So it's still very close with France and Christopher Naliali taking the lead now. Melco there for Poland now on the shoulder of the Italian, and also still Marvin Schlegel there as well. Frenchman Christopher Naliali with a very long stride, but on his inside the Italian's trying to be a bit cheeky there, moving through, and Melco on the outside coming through strongly as well. So Matteo Galvan with a fantastic leg there, has to move out now, and the Frenchman on the inside. So there's some pushing and shoving going on. The Italians hand over first to Brian Lopez, and Poland also over to Kravchuk, moving into the lead. The Frenchman now, Thomas Jordier on the shoulder of the Polish athlete. So there was a bit of pushing and shoving because of that great finish from the Italian, but Poland leading with Lukas Kravchuk, and on his shoulder Thomas Jordier. The Italians also still with Brian Lopez, very much in contention. I think the Germans did Trefts pull up there. I think he's injured. And I did say they have to get the baton round, so it could get really tight at the top indeed, with the Frenchman now overtaking Poland's Lukas Kravchuk, and the Italian also on his shoulder, handing over to David Ray. Now on the final leg for France, Loic Prévost in the lead. On his shoulder we have Patrick Dobek, a very good runner as well, and David Ray, the individual winner from yesterday, on the shoulder. The Germans still there, but they will be finishing dead last after that injury from Johannes Trefts at the front. The French are still leading with Loic Prévost, very tall runner, but David Ray showed great strength in the individual 400 meters yesterday and is pushing the pace a little now. Also Patrick Dobek, roared on by the crowds in the stadium here, is trying to push, and David Ray with another incredible finish from the Italian is overtaking Dobek and is challenging Prévost. And can he catch him there on the line? I think he does, and it is indeed David Ray with yet another fantastic finish. Catches the Frenchman on the line and secures maximum points there for the Italian team. The Germans there coming through now, but of course will probably get only 1 point in this, or 2 points in this relay. But what a performance from David Ray after already 2 incredible races from him individually. What a race for the Italians, and that could have shaken things up a little there. As I said, Germany were in second position, now will have dropped quite a few points. France did great there, but Italy, who were only 1.5 points behind France, really closely there, so there might have been a last-minute shake-up in this last event.
Yes, we'll wait for confirmation of the second, third and fourth places, but no doubt at all, Poland will be crowned the European team champions. 10 victories to their name over the course of these 3 days of competition. 1/4 of the events were won by the Poles. Not this time, even though they were one of the favourites. You have to hand it to David Ray and the Italians. It was a very accomplished quartet. The Italians, of course, been winning many titles at junior level, and some of those athletes are now starting to progress into the ranks. Bit of pushing and shoving there between the Italians and the French teams at that handover. Just wondering whether there is anything that infringes the rules there. Well, the French handed over for that last leg, but what a race by David Ray. You have to feel a bit sorry for Sergio Fernandez, the Spaniard in fourth at the moment. His teammate had to come out really wide, and he had to weave his way through the third leg runners of France, Italy and Poland. But no doubt at all, David Ray really consolidated here in Bydgoszcz his position as the 2019 leading 400-meter man. The only man this year amongst the European one-lap runners to have gone under 45 seconds. Has set the Italian record twice this year, and that was an absolutely terrific final leg. And I'm just looking along to see some of my Italian colleagues. Italian media always support this event very well, and they're really smiling, grinning and hugging each other.
And I think I've just found out what happened in the British relay there, and I did wonder who the first leg runner was, and it looks like there was no relay fielded because Youssef Satat, who was a reserve in the throws, was accidentally named in the relay. I wonder whether they could have just fielded him anyway. They probably would have got a point more than Germany there with that injury of Treft.
I have to say, I mean, Britain sometimes finds new ways to mess up the relay. Usually it's a drop baton or so, and now what an entry registration issue.
Could that be a new event in the European Team Championships, having one thrower, one jumper, one distance and one sprinter?
I suppose it's another version of a medley relay, but let's wait and see.
And we can hear the music already playing in the stadium here as the Poles are celebrating their overall victory, but that does seem...
It's just starting to dawn on them here, about 7,000 people here, that the Poles are going to be crowned European team champions, having been silver medalists 2 years ago in Lille. Well, it's going to take a moment or two to actually get the teams marshalled. So, Michelle, individual highlights of the weekend. Pick out one or two of what really struck you over the course of the last 3 days.
That's tough. We had 3 days of competition. I think someone who we already knew was going to perform well was Malaika Mihambo, and I think she delivered there again her 5th 7-meter jump of her outdoor season, with that 7 meters and 11 today in the women's long jump. So really strong performance from her there. I think Piotr Lisek in the pole vault was quite impressive, and then of course that championship record in the men's shot put yesterday from Michael Haratic. Those are probably 3 of mine.
Yes, Haratic really performing superbly, 21.81 to set a championship record. The only championship record, I think, just looking down, the only championship record to actually go here. The moment of the championships, though, if it wasn't Haratic for me, was Tentoglu, that clutch jump flying out to 8.30, just 2 centimetres short of his personal best. that was one terrific performance for me yesterday.
Even that relay just now, I think David Ray really showed his strength. I mean, I think a few people were a bit skeptical, as we said, he set that Italian record in La Chaux de Fonds, but really showed that he can perform on an international stage, and as we saw here, still had enough left in the tank to catch some pretty strong French people, as we can hear the crowd singing along. Stand up for the champions. I don't know if it's the English version or the Polish version.
This isn't Stand Up for the Champions, this is Go West.
Oh, yeah.
This is the old Village People and Pet Shop Boys number.
Why are they?
Oh, can't get the staff these days.
Why were they playing? Maybe they want them to move west to the podium.
Could say go north. We're in the north of Poland. Nevertheless, whatever they're playing, they certainly deserve to sing along and dance along, because it was a magnificent performance by the Poles right the way through.
I do think that actually it is a very central European version of... I think we do play this in Germany at sporting events.
That's fine, they do it at... I mean, I go to Atletico Madrid very regularly, and it's one of the favourite tunes of the DJ there at the new Wanda Metropolitano, which hosted the Champions League final. I won't mention that to Fernando Caro, who is a very impressive winner of the 3,000-metre steeplechase. I know he's a fervent Real Madrid fan.
There we have the result. European lead for Italy with that 3:02. 04, just ahead of, like, really 0.04 of a second ahead of France. Poland in third there. I'm sure they would have liked to win, and we can see there Germany 3:16. Of course, nowhere near the top, but that was mainly due to the injury we saw there. So here are the complete results. Italy lead, and then we can see Spain in fourth, Czech Republic from that previous race, Ukraine and Germany, as we said, just 2 points there because of the injury. 0 points, though, for Great Britain and Northern Ireland due to that error.
Well, DNS stands for did not submit a proper entry.
Here are the complete team standings after 40 events, 3 days of competition. Poland take the team title with 345 points. Germany still remain in silver, just 1 point ahead of France there. In Italy, just by the narrowest of margins, missing out on that bronze medal. And I feel that they do deserve a medal still, just after that relay performance.
Oh, well, Italy, a very fine performance indeed. No less than 6 wins over the course of the 3 days for Italy as well. And at the bottom end of the table, well, it's Czech Republic, Sweden, Greece, Finland and Switzerland that go down to the first league with the reformatting of the European Team Championships, and they'll be in the first league in 2021. Ukraine just hanging on to their place. not a great performance overall from Ukraine, considering in the past they've had a couple of occasions when they've been in the top 3. Some of the Ukraine athletes, I won't name names, didn't quite perform up to expectations, but nevertheless, Ukraine in that famous gold and blue strip will still be present in the Super League in 2 years' time. So we're just taking a brief pause here as the teams are marshalled, and there's some introductions over the loudspeaker system here at the Zavisa Stadium.
And worth noting is that last night's leaders in the first league, Portugal, have actually continued their fine form and have been confirmed the winners in the first league, and they will indeed be lining up in the Super League in the next edition.
No confirmed venue for the 2021 Super League. There's going to be an announcement by European Athletics in the weeks to come. And another announcement that will be coming out very shortly will be the Team Europe contingent that will be contesting the match, the inaugural USA versus Europe outdoor duel, and that'll be coming up on the 9th and 10th of September, being staged in the Belarus capital, Minsk. Well, as I say, we're just looking ahead here at the Zavisa Stadium. I think for one final time this evening, let us say a big thank you to European Athletics international partners, Le Gruyere, Eurovision and Spa, whose assistance has been invaluable in bringing you not just this direct live stream with myself, Phil Minchel, and Michelle Samet alongside me, but also live stream from the First League in Sandnes, where, as you heard, Portugal clinched their return to the Super League.
As we heard earlier, we have to get all the 3 medal-winning teams ushered at the back of the stadium, so they're being led out to the front, and this is probably like getting a herd of sheep together if they're coming from the stands. And
I think more like a herd of cats. It's trying to get any big team of athletes together in a coherent and smooth movement is often a difficult task to perform.
we can hear the stadium singing. I mean, I can hear a man singing. I just don't know who's got the microphone.
And that isn't Stand Up for the Champions either.
I can see the president of the Polish Federation there encouraging everyone standing up in the stands to sing along.
Yeah. I think we will get at some point Stand Up for the Champions, just not yet. Well, I must say a big thank you as well to the Polish supporters. We've had people come from all around Europe. I bumped into a contingent of Swiss supporters here to support their team, and they provided some excellent backing. We've had British, Swedish people here, but of course the vast majority of this crowd made up of people from Poland, and they've been thoroughly entertained. No less than 10 victories across the board. Some very fine tactical running indeed from the likes of Adam Schott and Marcin Lewandowski. Some great performances in the throws from the likes of Michal Haratic as well. So they've been really treated to some world-class athletics. And the Poles, I must say, a big thank you to them. Appreciative and very educated audience. I always look forward to coming back to Poland, and we will be indeed back here as far as European athletics top competitions are concerned in 2021, when we go about 50 kilometers down the road to the city of Torun. You know Torun, you've been there.
I have been there.
Tell
indeed.
me a bit about it. I've never been there.
It is absolutely beautiful. As I said yesterday, I think there is a bit of competition between Bydgoszcz and Torun, which city is the prettier one. Bydgoszcz got 2 rivers, Torun's got 1, but more bridges, I've been told. Known for Copernicus, it's got the museum, it's got some absolutely delicious, what do you call Lebkuchen in English? Gingerbread. Torun is known for its gingerbread. They were handing them out like candy at the Torun World Indoor Tour meeting this year. And again, the arena is fantastic, the acoustics are fantastic, they always sell it out. And it's a pretty fast track as well, so I think we'll see some pretty interesting performances in 2 years' time at the European Indoor Championships.
Well, the track from Torun, I think it's the one that we had in Sopot from the World Championships, which has just been pulled up and taken up to Toronto. And I have to say, it's provided by European Athletics. This is a corporate plug. European Athletics green inspiration partner Mondo. And you're absolutely right, it is a quick track. I can remember some great performances when we had the World Indoor Championships in Sopot, and they transported it piece by piece up to Toronto. Toronto gingerbread. I like the idea of that.
It is absolutely. I mean, I let's just say mine didn't last very long. I went out and actually bought some more, but it is a very pretty city. Very cold at the start of the year, though. I think when we were there was snow and ice, but a great, as I said, facility and a very great crowd, as always, in Poland.
Cowboy hats in profusion there. Perfect headgear for a day like this. The sun is just starting to go down a little bit, but it's still very warm here. The floodlights, well, glistening high above this, the Zavisa Stadium. We're just on the north side of Bydgoszcz. As you rightly say, this is a beautiful city, dates back to the 14th century.
And something that we have seen here all weekend is how patriotic the Polish crowd is. And just hours before the competition, they're already in the stadium. They're all marching over to the stadium. Yeah. And in their Poland team shirts and flags and flowers in their hair. And I think they've been an absolutely fantastic crowd this weekend. As we can see there on the back straight, the sun is still very much shining, and a lot of spectators have remained in their seats waiting for the team to come out and to celebrate with them and hear the national anthem, of course. Plenty of our colleagues there, the photographers, all lined up ready for the teams to come out. I thought a minute ago I saw the gate open where the teams will enter through, but they've closed it again.
And at the far end of the stadium, well, you just got a glimpse of it there before switching back to the crowd. The big screens here, the two big screens at both ends of this Zavisa Stadium. Confirmation once again of the team standings, with Poland confirmed as the 2019 European team champions. 27.5 points clear of Germany, with France, well, 1 point between Germany and France for second place, and Italy just missing out on the podium. But a fine performance indeed from the Italians, their best ever in 8 editions of this, the European Team Championships.
And has it ever been this close amongst or at the top in previous editions? Because I think just 2.5 points separating 2, 3 and 4 is quite a close finish there.
Ooh, that's a good question. I've got the stats book in my bag.
Go and get it while we wait.
Yeah. You can probably see even the mascot. What's the mascot called? We finally found out, didn't we? Bydgoszcz, yeah.
The Lynx.
Yeah, he's down there, getting the crowd engaged.
I do wonder whether we'll see what we saw 2 years ago in Lille when the French team went swimming in the steeple pit. And I remember Renaud Lavillenie trying to be a bit cheeky, trying to throw in one of his teammates, and they pulled him in with them. And it is quite a hot day, so I wouldn't bet against the Poles to do something similar here.
Well, I can actually see down at the front. We're looking here at the crowd, and perhaps plenty of people bedecked in Polish attire, but there are people, well, there's a German flag there.
Hey!
But down below we've got French supporters near the barriers as well. I think that might be one or two of the Greek supporters in the middle there. Greece, of course, probably a long way to come from Greece. I saw a Greek restaurant downtown last night. Maybe there's a few of the people who are involved with that who are here.
Probably not as good as the Polish restaurant we went to last night, didn't we?
Oh, yes.
It's been some very good cuisine here.
Well, I think we should celebrate and help the local economy by going to a Polish restaurant tonight. Certainly would be very appropriate.
Can definitely get on board with that. Tension is rising. I can hear names being read out. Patryk Dobek. I think maybe they're missing some athletes.
Well, I think they're also going through the list of winners as well with Nowitzki and Dobek. I will definitely confess my Polish isn't up to much. I can speak a couple of non-English languages, but Polish isn't among them. But it does sound as though it's the list of winners. And of course, we did have fine wins from Wojciech Nowitzki in the hammer and Patryk Dobek in the 400 meters hurdles.
It does look, though, as if we are getting underway with the victory ceremony. I can see some women with medals lining up now, getting ready to lead out the teams. And it does also look, I can see the Germans coming down the steps who, of course, have been confirmed in second. Everyone's rising on their feet. The bright yellow jackets of the Germans had to surrender their title from 2 years ago to the host nation. But I think given that they had a bit of a weakened team with some last-minute withdrawals, the likes of Max Hess, Julian Reuss, they'll be very pleased with that second place.
Yes, but as well, some people really stepped up as well. I'm thinking in particular of Hannah Klein in the women's 5,000 meters. All credit to her. As always, you've got 40 events. It doesn't just rely on one or two people who are missing. It's perhaps the overall strength of teams at a particular point.
Absolutely. And we did see the dominance of the Germans on the first night with two 12-point performances in the men's javelin and the women's discus throw. As there is Gesa Felicitas Krause, the winner in the steeplechase. Gregor Traber, the hurdler. There's Martin Bierig, finished second in the discus.
Lisa Reisic, who no-heighted in the women's pole vault.
That is very true. There is Stephen Müller, the 200-meter runner. It's the team being led out.
So as the British like to say, a question of swings and roundabouts. Some people rose to the occasion, some people were unable to do so, but nevertheless, the Germans in second place, once again showing they're still one of the superpowers of Europe.
There was Marcin Lewandowski, who performed incredibly well yesterday in the men's 1500 meters. Adam Schott, a great race today with a very tactical 800 meters. Justina Swiatek already very good on her feet again after that relay. Sophia Anyway celebrating. Iga Baumgart there making up the end, and there is the French relay coming out, led out by the likes of Christophe Lemaitre, who ran really well in the relay and had a little run out in the individual B race, 100 meters. Renaud Lavillenie there, who finished third in the pole vault. You can see Eloise Loiseur, the long jumper. There is Jimmy Vicot leading out the second half of the French team that seemed to be a little slower and less eager to get on the podium than the first half. Martineau Lagarde, who finished second in that 110-meter hurdles.
Yes, these podiums having to accommodate 50 strong teams, 40 events, 4 relays among them.
Someone seems to have brought their kid with them.
I hope it's their kid. Otherwise, we're going to be in trouble.
Picked up a random Polish child from the crowd.
Exactly. We have the dignitaries, including Jean Gracia and Raul Chapardo. Jean Gracia and President of European Athletics, Sven-Arne Hansen.
And of course, the Bydgoszcz mayor there. There we have European Athletics President, who will be handing over the medals to the teams. That process normally takes a little while. As we said, there is a lot of athletes.
Rafał Bruschi, the mayor of Bydgoszcz, and a huge athletics fan. He's brought so many top-level competitions to this city. A couple of IAAF World Cross Country Championships in the recent past. European Under-23 Championships just 2 years ago in 2017. So in third place, the French bounced their way onto the lowest rung of the podium, but all credit to the French, finishing third. Fine performance from them. Third consecutive European Team Championships, they have finished third after finishing in the same place in 2015 and then on home soil 2 years ago in Lille.
And what we have to remember here is the fact that they finished second in that men's 4x4, and had they lost 1 point to the Poles, for example, they would have finished down in fourth and the Italian would have finished in third. So really, right up until the end, performed when it mattered to manage to secure that bronze medal.
As always, swings and roundabouts. Renaud Lavigny, one time we might have expected him to take all 12 points. Little bit of his best form. A few other French performances perhaps a little bit down, but then by contrast, some terrific performances. Elodie Lazure, now we were talking about her, former world and European indoor champion, but perhaps not in her best form, but really showed fighting spirit in that very good women's long jump to take third place. So you win some and you lose some across the board over the course of 3 days of a European Team Championships.
It is still Renaud Lavigny who gets the plaque for the third place, but the Germans now step up on the podium, celebrating their silver medal. Clearly delighted. They seem a bit more coordinated than the French in their approach to stepping on the podium. That's German efficiency for you, isn't it?
I guess they were rehearsing that behind. That's why we've been delayed.
Question is, who gets to pick up?
Christina Schwanitz.
Very good. And I think, again, she's been one of those athletes who's been around for a very long time. He's always very supportive of the younger athletes. We see her helping the younger athletes on the circuit as well. And so it's only deservedly so. Next to her, of course, Gesa Felicitas-Krause, who has won this event for a third consecutive time, the 3,000-meter steeplechase, and she did it in style again yesterday.
Yes. Schwanitz and Krause, two of Germany's 6 victories here in Bydgoszcz. Notably, Germany only had 1 finish in the bottom 3, so very strong overall performance.
And as we said, it's very similar to what we normally see in things like the decathlon and the heptathlon, where it's all about consistency rather than just 1 or 2 standout performances. And Germans, of course, always accomplished in the multi-events, so taking the same approach in the European Team Championships.
And a very fine last day as well from Germany over the last 18 events that we've had here today. I mean, what were they, 5th overnight?
Yes, I think you're correct.
I think they were 5th coming into this last day. So strong performances during the course of this Sunday.
They were indeed. It was coming into this day, it was Poland, France, Italy, Great Britain and Germany. Germany were quite some way behind, so they've really, as you said, had quite the final day there. And as you said, in some events did better than maybe anticipated. It's a drum roll from the Polish team. The entire stadium on their feet.
And the Poles aiding the drum roll as more than 50 athletes from the winners of the European Team Championships climb onto the podium. Deserved winners on home soil. Third back in 2014, dipped down to 4th in 2015, but back up into 2nd in 2017. And this year, taking the top spot. Medals being presented by Libor Vajanik, the Czech Athletic Federation President and European Athletic Vice President. And as the cheers of Polska ring out around the Zawisza Stadium, as every member of this team gets a medal that I'm sure will hang very proudly in their homes, whether it's Bydgoszcz up here in the north, Gdansk, Poznan, or going down to the south of the country, the likes of Krakow, or indeed the Polish capital Warsaw, where many of these athletes live.
There's Marcin Lewandowski, as we said, lives here, represents Bydgoszcz as a club. So he'll be absolutely delighted to be bringing home this first title for his country on home soil in front of his hometown.
And I think there's one or two others. I mean, I think some of the relay runners as well, perhaps some of the lesser well-known names in the Polish team who are based here as well.
I mean, going into this championships, we were always saying, looking at the team that they had fielded, they were tough to beat. But I think it is really all credit to them, because they performed when it mattered. In events where it was a bit tighter, they really put on a performance for the crowd here and picked up points where we didn't necessarily expect it.
Yes, very few disappointing performances from the Poles. Certainly quickly bring. Only one performance that stands out, which is perhaps a little bit below par, Kamila Liszwinko in the high jump, but otherwise the Poles packing 10 first place, 2 second place, 7 third place. That's where consistency, as you were saying, counts. 6 fourth places. They were packing so many times. If they weren't winning events, many Polish athletes were getting into the top 2, 3, 4. As the trophy, for the very first time, goes to Poland, presented by European Athletics President Sven-Arne Hansen, and going to the very popular team captain Marcin Lewandowski. Poland are indeed the European team champions for 2019, and what better place to do it than on home soil? As we hear the national anthem of Poland. Well, the Poles proudly singing along with their national anthem. Poland were champions of the old-style European Cup back in 2001. 18 years later, Poland are European team champions. And you can hear the roars from a very appreciative and enthusiastic audience.
Can you hear the song? And now we are the champions is playing. I just predicted it.
And the local links, Grisho getting involved as well. It's his turn in the spotlight. And indeed, Poland is the champions. 2 years' time, they'll have the opportunity of defending their title. Among those leading the cheers and the dancing, Joanna Fidiorov, the hammer thrower who took second place, took 11 points, one of those 2 second places. But the Poles packed so well at the top end of just about every single event. Well, I think it's time for myself and alongside me Michel Samet to say goodnight. So from me, Phil Minchell, and my co-commentator Michel Samet, we're going to leave you with the closing images of a very, very happy Polish team and their friends, family and supporters here in the Bydgoszcz Stadium in Poland. I hope you've enjoyed the 3 days of coverage from the European Team Championships. This is the 8th edition. 2 years' time, we'll be back again. So just a great opportunity to say thank you and good night.
Grysia nam kiedyś powiedział, słuchajcie, jak nasza reprezentacja wygra, to zrobię coś szalonego. A koty nie lubią wody. Ryś jest...